Bye, Dad. Stay safe.
See you, Mike. Yep. You guys. Love
Bye.
you.
Love you. Bye, Dad.
Bye.
Out when it comes to live streams, lag, etc. Yep, I didn't hear this one go off, so I gotta. Yeah, you're gonna have to thank my phone for that because my phone just loves to be stupid. Though, to be fair, my phone's honestly a piece of crap regardless, because this is an iPhone XR, which are a little bit common to have glitches and just being overall buggy. That should be working. Actually, wait, let me test that real quick. See if it's working. Yep, now it's going. So eventually I hope to get a new phone, which won't be buggy. I also plan to, hopefully, once I get some cash, eventually get money to get this thing fixed, which is probably one of my favorites in my collection. But first I'm going to get the Mauta granddaughter clock, which is going to sit right here if the lady can just contact me back. Then after that I'm eyeballing a wall clock on eBay, which is actually quite rare. I would think it's a Forestville wall clock, which actually has an Ingram time only movement in it. One of these movements. They just kept the same design. So I would think that would be quite rare. So I'm eyeballing that one. I think after that I'm going to save up and then get some of my stuff fixed, properly fixed. First would definitely, actually it's either between this one or the HAC. But I'm not 100% sure because it's either going to be one of those two that I'm going to get fixed. And both of them are so good. Me personally, I think I might go with this one because this one just needs a cleaning. Because the guy who owned it before me definitely did not service it properly. And this one has some other issues, which is the minute hand arbor and then whatever's causing that clunk when it's ticking, which probably is going to cost more. So I think probably this one. Yeah, I think I'm going to get the Mauta fixed first. This is probably one of my most famous ones in my collection, and it's so unusual with the split color design. You got the darker on one side and the lighter on the other, which is actually quite unusual. Almost thinking of calling it sherbet for like the ice cream. So far my phone's still doing good. Well, that's good. Probably nothing like my phone. I'm surprised this thing's still working. It came with a shattered back glass and it came with a shattered front screen, which occasionally cuts me, but that's fine. And the battery is starting to die. Like if it's at 6%, it just dies out of nowhere. And it'll just freeze on me out of nowhere. Actually, I just saw it bug for a second there as I was turning the camera. I'm surprised this phone is still working. And, you know, so far it's holding up well. So despite it being a cheap one, it's surprisingly resilient. I'm debating on also doing a video on that one person that keeps stealing people's content, the old clocks chimes, and then the antiques shop person, same person, just different accounts. I'm thinking of doing a video on them, but I'm debating on that one because, you know, I just don't want to get into more drama. I just don't want, you know, all that shit. But I think it would be a pretty nice record player. Oh yeah. They're the typical cheap Crosley. Well, that's pretty obvious. It's the cheap Crosley, and this one's actually surprisingly a good quality one. I mean, it's cheap, but it's actually got, I think it's got anti-skating on it, and it's got some actually pretty boomy speakers in it for it being a cheap unit. I'll give you an example real quick. Actually, I'm gonna do this one. This one wouldn't get me any copyright because this is just bands doing knockoff songs of hits. I'm gonna do one that I usually play, which is this one. There we go.
They're really rocking in Boston, in Pittsburgh, PA, deep in the heart of Texas, around the Frisco Bay.
That's all I'm gonna play because I don't want to potentially get copyrighted. You have over 100 clocks. Not to flex or anything, but my friend JJ has over 300. I'm actually on the halfway mark. Actually, I never counted because I did actually sell a couple. And like the Ansonia gingerbread clock, which was used to sit there, yeah, that's sold now. But well, let me actually count how many I have, because I actually never did a count. Okay, there's that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not gonna count those ones that I made myself. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh yeah, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63. I got 63. Sheesh. I am doing... Yeah, I don't think the clock's like that. I'm kidding. They're all panicking. Okay, so 63. Eventually gonna be 64 with that Mauta granddaughter clock. Eventually. Hopefully the seller will get back 63. Damn! Exactly. I don't know if this one counts. This one doesn't work, but I've had it for a long time. I guess 64. I mean, it's not mine. It used to be my sister's, but then it just eventually ended up in my bedroom. Well, oh yeah. Besides the movements here, I don't think those count. And besides this thing, which I'm just eventually going to check out. Okay. Okay, so 64. So I'll be waiting for Youngins Day 2027, April 17th. 66? What do you mean 66? What do you mean 66? Got an FMS Mauta Indiana garage sale for $10. Holy shit. Wow. That is an absolute steal. The two movements. Oh yeah. This, I mean, I'm just gonna eventually check this out, so 60. This clock went with this one, and then that movement went with this one, which I've converted it. So that doesn't count. I mean, I do have movements in here. That's the Enfield, which went to that one. So, yeah, I don't think they really count because their movements went to something. I think the best steal I ever got, Old Man Briggs, was this one. And this is probably my most famous one. Which is a Mauta Tessner chiming clock for $15. I actually eventually plan to rehouse this movement into a new case, because at the same time the lady has the Mauta granddaughter clock, she actually has a clock case, which I think actually went to one of those Hermley movements or something. It went to some type of Nazi type of movement, which well, not Nazi, not all of them were related to it, but it went to some type of movement like this one, and the case is really nice. It was quartzified, but that quartz movement was gone, but the dial remains, so I'm thinking I could rehouse the Tessiner in that case, because this case is fairly beat up, and some stuff is chipped away over, well, not over the years that I've owned it, but that's always been there. And the case overall is in okay condition, so given that the other one is in really nice shape, I could probably rehouse it with this movement into that case, and it would look pretty nice. Then I could probably convert this into maybe a Westminster chimer, because the hole placements are very similar to a... I would think they do, because, I mean, if it did go with that one, the hole placements are basically the exact same. So I would give it a try. I would just take out the movement and just see if it would even fit, and if it does, well, then there it goes. It's a very nice Art Deco case. It's kind of in the shape like this, except it kind of curves. I wouldn't say it curves down. Kind of arches and then goes like this, and then on each side there's like a nice floral pattern that kind of spirals up like this. And it's in very nice shape. So I mean, I could just go to the lady's place and grab the case while she still thinks about the granddaughter clock. But anyway, Nazi clock? Yeah. Some of these have a bit of dark history, these type of movements, because they, like for example, the Potsdamer gong is very notorious. And some people say it's not related, despite it being before, Mr. Small Mustache Man took over. But the Potsdamer gong was the melody of the chimes that the church in Potsdam played, and some people say that's not related, but in my opinion, what people have been saying on the internet, like Tommy Wiley, for example, it was to commemorate Small Mustache Man for taking the church in Potsdam. But, I don't know for sure. Some of these play German national anthems. I'm not sure what the Tessiner Gong is. I'm not sure what that Potsdamer and the Tessiner Gong are the most tame clocks of this time. Yeah, the Volksgong that Mauta did is the more darker one. Some people say it's kind of like a I forget the word. No, the melody is not allowed or something like that. As the yes, the Potsdam and then the or not the Potsdam, the Volksgong and then the Deutsche Gong from Kienzle. I think that one's also a bit of a not allowed melody. Like just lime the Volksgong, like yeah, the Deutsche Gong is, I think. And then after that, you got the Kienzle prototype melody, which plays a German national anthem for the war times, which Locust Deer has one, aka forget her name. Ringing of Italian Bells, yeah, it could be. I'll give it another play. I'm not really 100% sure where the Tessiner melody originates from, but it's definitely probably the rarest Mauta chimer. The Volksgong was more popular for sure. And then obviously this one I have no idea, but some people speculate it's just something Hermely did. Also, welcome in, Felix. Just try not to be weird, please, Felix. Some Northern Italian bells, towers tend to ring bells. Okay, so it could be something from Italy. That would make sense because those are from the supermarket announcement, permanently. I did find another one on Facebook Marketplace that I was so tempted to buy. It was $25. Had a bit of a higher pitch, same melody and everything, but just higher pitched. But that unfortunately sold surprisingly quick. So I would think they're fairly scarce. JJ calls it the plane announcement. Boom boom boom. I guess this one I didn't get going here. The ergos. Oops. That wasn't a great sounding clunk. Oh. There we go. Got stuck. Something got a little wedged. big. I need this one. Also too small. God damn it. Grr. Alright, there we are. Starting to run out of keys. Oh my god. Okay, this one. There we go, finally. Can never have too many clock keys. Well, the clocks are about to start chiming. You are running a little far behind. Come here. There we are. There we go. That should be good. Everything else is keeping time besides the time only Daniel Dakota. Still need to get a proper spring for that one because it's got the wrong one in it. It's got an 8-day spring instead of a 31-day spring. Everything else seems to be good. Oh yeah. Oh god, I gotta clean the glass on this one. Oh dear. Uh-oh, I'm noticing my phone is starting to glitch out. Looks like I need to plug it in for a bit. Actually, where did I put my extension cord? I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Got my trusty extension cord. Should work fine. There we go. Ah, perfect. Now I can continue the stream without issues. So if anyone wants any suggestions on what they'd like to hear from my collection, like chime-wise, let me know. It's 1 a.m. Yeah, you should probably get to sleep. I say that as I went to sleep last night at 5 in the morning. Yeah, you should get some sleep now. Actually, maybe on my stream I could put this shelf together. Yeah, I hope so too, if my phone just cooperates. Thinking of putting the shelf right here. Since that's perfect. Actually, a little higher up would probably work. Excuse me. See you later, Luca. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that on stream. I'm gonna go get the drill. Oh yeah. Drill acquired. I'm gonna be a robot now. Thanks, Talish. Okay, let's screw this in. No, it's an American house when you know walls are made out of drywall instead of bricks and wood. I'm actually Canadian, so it is, yeah, it's all drywall. Even on the ceiling is drywall. You know it's a old building when you got the popcorn ceiling going on here. I got the old asbestos ceilings right here. Mmm, delicious. I love asbestos. And now I'm gonna put in this shelf as fast as I can. Get it? Because you know. Okay. Alright, where's my? No, not the popcorn. Yeah, I got the popcorn ceilings. Where did I put my bigger screws here? Now I have them somewhere. Ah, here's one. That's one. Alright, while I go find some screws, enjoy some music. Come on, I surely have one more. Aha, here we are. Bingo. Yep, my apartment was built in 1974. So, yeah, it's got the popcorn ceiling, which is absolutely delicious. Now I got the marks on the walls for the new shelf. Let's put the first screw in. Here we are. Oh, wrong way, whoops. That's the first one. This is just for marking so that I can line everything up. So now I need the second screw. Bingo. Make sure it's level. Yes. That's the second one. Now I gotta now I gotta find a proper screw that will hold. Check my second parts box. Now, nothing. Oof. You don't have cables going through. I do, but I know they're not anywhere near where these ones are. I did, you know, I did get a little lucky with these ones. Because these are actually very close to my switch. So thankfully I didn't hit a switch. When I screwed this one in, I wasn't actually paying attention that this switch was right here. So after I just hung it up, I noticed this and I'm like, oh shit, I got lucky. So that's why I don't put anything over there anymore. Because I don't want to, you know, die. Here we are. Let's see, which one do I got? That's this big one here. Perfect. That's all I need. Now we gotta put you guys down again. Also, welcome in, Jacob. Just putting a shelf in right now. Do you play any cool games on that CRT TV? No, I just have a I just have a VCR hooked up to it. I do actually have a Nintendo 64, and this is all my VHSs right here. Some quite rare ones like Runaway Jury, that's quite late for VHS. I got Jimmy Neutron, Balto, Grinch, Ice Age, Mulan, Lion King, Monsters Inc., one of my favorites, Chicken Run, Home Alone, which is actually quite hard to find as well, Miss Doubtfire. Definitely the Truman Show is probably one of my best finds. Do a live stream. Oh, I plan to do that, but I just need to find the power cable for the Nintendo 64 because unfortunately I lost it. So I hope to find that power cable because that's pretty important, you know. Only one screw in, which definitely is not doing great. Do you have a tripod? I do not. I'm too broke for that shit. I'd rather spend money on clocks than, you know, live stream supplies. Because I don't really care, honestly. Yeah, that shelf's not gonna hold. I put the screws in all the way through the drywall. That's not gonna work. Either that or I can find some smaller screws. These are too large for this. No. Don't go back into the wall, please. I need you to unscrew, not screw. No sticking. There. This is already a failure. Okay, let's just leave that drooping. That should hold, right? You know, definitely not going to end up like my solar or anything, you know? No, I need a better screw. Okay. try this again. Love Home Alone. Yeah, one of the goated movies. I'm looking for Home Alone 2. That one's actually ironically rarer on VHS than the first Home Alone. Also, I'm trying to find Ants. That's such a nostalgic one. Damn it, these screws are not holding at all. Yeah. Well, that sucks. Looks like I'm screwing new ones into my wall. Jesus. Good golly. Miss Molly. Come on. Unscrew. No, 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 no. No sticking. No, no. Come on. Cooperate here. Thank you. There we go. Let's try this again. I am determined to get this to work. There we go. Let's try this yet again. Yes, more holes in my wall. Just what I need. I'm not going to screw that fully in, because I want to have this be as tight as possible for when I screw the shelf in. There we go. Try this again. And let's see it again. There we are. Now she's solid. Perfect. Ooh. There we are. Perfect. Well, almost perfect. I don't know about that. Okay, there we are. I don't know. I think I need more support. I should have sworn I had one. Oh yeah, I did. It was that. Or no. Where did I put it? I forgot I did have an extra support. Just the one. Which I could have sworn I had somewhere, didn't I? That's a whole lot of drilling. Yeah. Where did I put that? Oh shit. That wasn't sound. That didn't sound too good. Where did I put it? I had it somewhere. Damn, I could have sworn I had an extra piece. It's like in robots. What's that extra piece? Instead of what's that extra piece, where's that extra piece? Damn, alright. Looks like I'm putting something lightweight there for temporary reasons. Which is going to be this little guy. Let's see. Is that going to work? Yeah! Or, I don't like that it's bending. So I'm going to put it on this side. Which is also bending a little bit. I think I need that extra support. Okay, well then I'm going to put it in the center. There we go. See, now it's fine. Don't do that. Yeah. I think I'll... Instead of this one, actually this thing is a little heavy. I'm going to do this one. This one's extremely light, because this one's extremely light, because this is a late West German. There we are. Now it's fine. So I'm going to find that extra piece, and then I'm going to put something on there. Oh, I'm going to have this one sit at the very back, so that it doesn't actually weigh it down. So that should be good. Temporary. I just need that extra support. I mean, I did it with this one, where I do have that extra support. And even, yeah, since it's solid, it's not going anywhere, despite it being a little tilted downward. Then with these ones that I made, these ones I actually went smart with, because I have both the support and, if you can see that, one support there, and then one support there. And same with this one, one support there, one support there, and then a support there. And then with this one, I went with that, and then oh yeah, I didn't do that one with this one, because this one's a lightweight clock, but it's still very, very solid. Sleeping in that room must be heaven from all those clocks singing. I do not have all the clocks singing. I always leave them off. Hence why I usually put this on around the chime rods or something, because my dad does not like it. So I have to improvise. Like with this one, I did the old classic saying, stick a sock in it, and which lifts up the hammer. It'll still chime, but it won't do anything. So I have to improvise to keep this stuff running. Because I don't usually like leaving clocks off, because then the oil just kind of sits there, and if I leave it for too long, that stuff would gum up. So I don't do that. Welcome in, Justin. Just trying to find an extra support piece for my new shelf. Maybe I have one. Is this one? I'm trying to find an extra support for my new shelf, which I know I have somewhere. I just cannot seem to find it. I know I have it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something's clicking in my brain. Something is clicking. Something's clicking. Hold on. I remember seeing it now. Now I'm having some memory. My memory's jogging. Because I remember seeing it. I think I put it somewhere. Or at least somewhere else. Yes, my brain is... Yes. Is that a cig on the floor? Where? This? No, that's just a marker. I don't smoke. I never will smoke. Smoking kills. Don't do that. And don't do that stuff, kids. Unless you want to have health problems, then be my guest, but don't do it. Well, that is a support, but it's not. Actually, this will do. This piece will do. This piece is larger, and it will hold better because it's got more room for it to hold in place. So now, never mind, I do have my piece. Let me just bend it here so it doesn't, snap on me. Hold on, I will be there in a second. There we go. I now have my support. Well, sort of. But it should work if I really wedge it up in place. There we are. That should work. Ready to put this in. Let's try this now. I think that's perfect. And then I'll be there in a second. Ah, it sounded like a woodpecker. Ah, that didn't sound great. Oh, that's because it didn't. Wow, I cannot speak. It didn't even screw. Oh well. There. Now I have my piece. Let's try this now. Whoa. Is it just me or did it just sag down? Oh, it did. Oh. Yeah, I don't think that really is working. I don't think that worked. I'm sure this is stable, you know? That looks very stable. I don't think that's gonna hold. Well, when in doubt, I do have more screws. So if I find some really small ones, like that one, should be... I have more. Here we are. There's two, or I mean 3, 4. Here we are. There are... Hold that shelf, yes. I do have 2 extra slots here, so I can add extra support. Yeah, because that's not going to hold whatsoever. Oh. Let's try this again. I'm going to pinch it actually this time. I'm going to put the screw holes a little lower so I can kind of pinch the metal, and then that would make it work. So let's try that out without anything going wrong. There she goes. Ah, yes, way better. I did screw that all the way. Apparently my drywall is a lot thinner than I thought. Apparently. Oh yeah, that's a lot stronger now. Yeah, welcome to the 70s where stuff was kind of, you know, a little scarce. Gas, oil, materials. stuff had to cheapen out a little bit with things, hence why the Ford Pinto is such a notorious cost-cutting car. And hence why it exploded, because they chose to cheapen out because of the 70s, the crisis and everything. This building is well built, just stuff is, you can tell they cheapened out a little bit. There we go, now she's going in. That's holding up way better. There we are. I'll be with you guys in just a second. Final screw. There we are. Now that's solid. Finally. And then one last thing I need to do, and I'll finally put some stuff on here to decorate it. Hold on. So much drilling. Oh no, it went to 0 beams. Oh well. Final screw. So I need to modify this support thing. There we are. Booyah. Boo. There, nice and solid. Still, it's a little flexible because, I mean, this wood is fairly thin, but I did modify it to strengthen it. So that should be good. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Perfect. That is solid. So, I think now we have a better spot for this one, because that's way up high. Let's give this a test. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Ooh, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, there. I don't know about that one side. Why is there so much stuff happening with this shelf? If I move it over here, maybe this will help it a little bit. I don't know. I don't think that's quite approved. I need to adjust it a little bit, maybe put a mount over there. So much stuff to get a better shelf, yeah. I did well with these shelves because those are thick pieces of wood. I think this is better for something lighter weight. I mean, to be fair, I don't even have mounts on each side. I just have them in the middle, so that's probably not very... I don't know. Will it hold? Definitely. But is it a little sketchy? Definitely. Also definitely. I have an idea. Because I always have ideas. I'm going to strengthen that. Well, I mean, I don't have any extra pieces of wood. But what I do have is metal brackets, which I can screw, which then can strengthen it a little bit. Stop it from flexing too much. But will that work? Probably not. Because it's basically pieces of wood from it's basically like the same material as like 31-day dial boards. It's that cheap flexible metal, or not metal, the cheap wood. I don't have any other pieces of wood though, unfortunately. I'm gonna make do. I'm off for the summer for 3 months looking for part-time, but I passed all my classes. It's going to fly by like nothing. Then I go back in August. Well, congrats. I mean, I found myself a part-time job as well, so I'm doing fairly well. I'm gonna make do with this. Actually, no. Well, yeah. There, that should be fine. There. I have it in a spot where the shelf can work a little bit better. But... I think what I am gonna do is I might have extra pieces of that type of wood lying around, which I do actually. I do have one extra piece. Oh, I have this, but that's too tiny. However, that should actually be perfect to strengthen it a little bit more. And it's holding right now, but I don't want to jinx myself and potentially have another shelf catastrophe. So I'm going to unscrew it. Alright.
May I have your help with something?
What is it?
So I was playing Guts and Black Matter, and all of a sudden the volume stopped working.
Probably because it connected to some other speaker.
You think so? I restarted the computer in hopes that it would fix it. So I tried pretty much everything I could, and it's still no audio back.
Check the speakers. Around you damn screws. Screw you. There we go. Bingo. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to strengthen this shelf out. Oh, well, that's ironic. That actually reluctantly fits. So, where did I put my wood glue? Oh, it's right in front of my face. This is a little concoction. This is the original wood glue, but what I did was I put quite a bit of that crazy glue in here, so it's like a super wood glue, so it sticks very well, and then the wood glue hardens, creating like this really, really, really strong, strong glue. So I'm going to put this here to strengthen this side out, so that this doesn't flex anymore, because this is all I have, and I have to work with what I have. Okay, so let's put lots of this on here to ensure it's got a lot of stuff to stick on to. And that should be good. Now we find that sweet spot where it can slip into, which is right there. Push that down. Then I'm going to put a little bit more right here, so it can seep into the crack there. There we go. And then over here, I'm not quite sure, but I do have this one extra piece. I might as well glue to this side because this is all I have and I have to work with what I got, so I'm going to put this on this side. That should be good enough. This glue I use for everything to fix cases because it's so strong. I'd recommend doing this, honestly. So wood glue, and then you grab a bunch of super glue, put that in the bottle, shake it up a bit so that it can all mix together, and then you have this nice super wood glue, so it sticks well, then hardens, which that acts as basically your clamp, but I'd recommend using a clamp or anything heavy on top of it. And then then the wood glue hardens, and then boom, you got yourself a really, really strong wood glue. So that should be good. Here. Boom, now that's nice and sticking. Press that down, then I'm going to grab a piece of building foundation. Don't ask how I got that. It's the chunk of foundation from a building. So I'm going to weigh that down. What am I making? I am reinforcing one of my shelves, which I put up in my stream, but then it kept flexing on each side. So what I'm doing is I'm basically adding modifications to it to strengthen it, because I do not have any more wood to use. So I might as well just use what I have to strengthen it and see, hopefully that works. So I'm just adding a bunch of glue on each side, which is a concoction I basically made myself, which works incredibly well. There we go. I'm going to grab my other piece of building foundation. Which I have here, and then I'm going to put that down on this other piece of wood. There we go. 2 pieces of building foundation. Weighing that down. I'll come check with it tomorrow, and then I'll put it back in my wall. Still hanging a shelf. I took it out so I can modify it. I have 2 extra pieces of wood, so I might as well put it on this side where it was flexing, and then that would stop that from flexing. Then I have this thick piece of wood for this side that was flexing the most. And so I'm going to, what's this? This is pieces of building foundation. Don't ask where I got that from. The building is long gone now. I'm just strengthening the hell out of the shelf so that it does not flex and stays solid. So you can actually, I'll just take this off so you can see what I'm doing here. So this is where it was flexing the most. So I put this piece of wood that goes from here to here, adding extra strength. Then on this side, which was actually also flexing the most, I put this thick piece of wood here. This hurts me as a woodworker, I know. I'm sorry. I just do not have extra pieces of wood anymore big enough to make another shelf that's proper. So I'm just working with what I have because sometimes you just gotta work with what you got. So I'm just using whatever I can to strengthen it with this custom wood glue I made, which is incredibly strong. Actually, probably stronger than most wood glues. How's the game coming along? You mean my Fallout game? The one that I was working on? Is that the one you're talking about, Justin? So if you're wondering how the game is coming along, Justin, it is it's gone. The game is gone, Justin. The ZeniMax Inc. ZeniMax Incorporated, they took down my game. The actual ZeniMax company that is responsible for Fallout. So I find it ridiculous because the guy who owns Fallout and everything and ZeniMax, they allow fan-made games, but yet they don't allow fan-made games. So I find that ridiculous. So they removed my game because it was copyright, even though there's a bunch of Fallout models on Roblox that you can use for anything you'd like. So I find it absolutely ridiculous that they'd allow those models to be allowed in Roblox, but yet they don't like it when people use them. So unfortunately that game is now gone. I cannot repost it. I still have the world on Roblox Studio, but I cannot post it ever again. So isn't that fun, eh? So now I gotta work on another game, and hopefully something that won't get me, you know, potentially copyright struck. Trust me when I say when I get my workshop ready in August, I'll make you a much better shelf and refinish or repair any clock cases you have. I would like that if I could afford the shipping. I cannot afford shit. I don't even, I mean, I'd rather just buy clocks. Like, I'd rather pay $120 for a clock than pay $120 to ship one out to get fixed. Because to me, that's just more of a waste to ship stuff out than to just, you know, just find something better out in the wild, you know? That makes sense, hopefully. How many spare broken movements do you have? Can you show? I do not have all that many left. Because I did chuck out a couple because I just, you know, I just couldn't use them for much. So there's the Enfield movement. This is the Brentwood movement here. This is a This is this is just a random time only movement that I have, which unfortunately does have just broken spring in it. It's an Ergos movement. It's a UW 2120. Kind of a uncommon movement, but I have under here, I have a Seth Thomas Westminster Chimer electric movement. There it is under there. I think you can see it. It's right here. There's just a little hint of it there. And then I have another Ingram movement somewhere in here somewhere. What happened to the Enfield? It's crap. It's done. There's no coming back, honestly. Here, I'll haul it out real quick. If I can. Oh, that's not good. If my drawer can just open properly, I would appreciate that. There. There. So the Enfield, this is what it looks like. It is incredibly dusty. Everything is gummed up now. Snow going back. Oh, there. Oh, well, at least the strike side suddenly started working. The chime side, that's done. No going back from that one. The time side is garbage now. There's something stiff. It just will not go anymore. But yeah, it's done. That movement's unfortunately done, so I'm just gonna scrap it for parts. I might just chuck the whole thing, honestly, given that, you know, it wasn't packaged properly and it came absolutely mangled. I mean, this is from shipping here. I mean, obviously, you know, the dial split in two from shipping. The veneer is stripping away. This piece of wood is pretty much done. Lastly, on the back, you can see that the veneer is splitting as well. This spot's fine, but right here is where most of the veneer damage is seen. Everything else is, I mean, fairly solid. I think, I mean, of course, this case has a lot of water damage, which is not good. And I think the soundboard is cracked somewhere as well. So, yeah, it's pretty much a goner. I do like it, but you know, if it hadn't arrived in absolutely terrible shape, and yeah, the bezel hinge is coming apart as well, so at this point the Enfield is just done. So I might just, at this point, with the state it's in right now, I mean, there's no point in fixing it, because, you know, it's just probably going to cost me hundreds of dollars just to get the case fixed, and then hundreds of dollars just to get the movement fixed, which is at this point there's no point. There's just no point in getting that fixed. I mean, if it was packaged properly, which it wasn't, it was just a bunch of paper mashed together, and then the clock was just sitting there, and basically nothing, no space for where the bezel is. I mean, there's just no point in getting this Enfield fixed. Again, I'm just going to mention it again. If it was packaged properly, there would have been a better chance on getting it fixed. But I have my video on unboxing it. The movement was just being held by one screw. All the screws were just, they blew out of the holes because of the shipping and everything. And just one screw was holding that movement in place, and that was all that was holding it together. If all the screws came out, I mean, obviously a few chime rods would have been destroyed and snapped. And actually, one chime rod was indeed bent from it, from the shipping. So, yeah, at this point, there's just no. At this point, there's just absolutely no point in fixing it. It's just sitting here doing nothing, and so, yeah. That's probably what's gonna happen with this one, is I'm just probably just gonna chuck it. Yeah. That's why I can't ship out my Orleans. Yeah. You'd have to watch some tutorials on how to package stuff. I know how to package stuff pretty well. I shipped out my little Forestville because I was trading the Forestville for this, and it arrived perfectly fine because I packaged it tight, making sure I basically over packaged it just in case. You know, you can never package it too much. And I'm sure that one of my Yantar I'd love to give it to if shipping weren't hard. Yeah, that's another thing. Shipping is just expensive. It cost me almost $100 to ship that little Forestville, which weighed almost nothing, to JJ, which is in England. Which, yeah, it would cost a bit, but $91 just to ship that tiny little clock, which is basically this size, and you can see with my hand, that's basically nothing. It's just the tiniest little thing and weighs nothing. So it was just a lightweight box. But yeah, it costs a lot to ship stuff out. That was the only time I've ever shipped a clock to somebody, so yeah, not doing that again. But anyway, does anybody want to suggest hearing any clocks of mine? Might be getting the New Haven Lincoln. Sure like your New Havens, huh? I mean, I do too. I like New Haven. That's one of my... Honestly, New Haven's one of my favorite American clock companies. They actually... they're actually, I think they're one of two American companies that actually made some very high quality movements. Hershey being the top. New Haven definitely being a hard second. Because their stuff is very nicely made. Very finely made movements. Cases are well made, the movements are well made. Even their later stuff, when they were, with the New Haven of Brantford, Ontario, they still made good movements. I'd like to find some more New Haven Westminsters. Actually, speaking of that, I need to get this one. I haven't ran this one in a little while. I'd like to get this New Haven running. I messed that up, oops. There is a little trick that you can do, and that is just doing that. Okay. Alright. Oh, it's already wound. Never mind. Eight. I'm just gonna get this thing ticking again. Oh, it's a little out of beat. No, not that way, so it needs to be adjusted from there. Not a problem, because I do have pieces that I can use to balance it. Yeah, that's actually balanced it. When in doubt, use like little coins and such just to balance stuff. Ah, whoops. I'm gonna close my closet door if it can just cooperate with me. Ah, there we are. Finally, my closet door finally cooperates for once. There we go, perfectly balanced. That should run for a while. I do need to get this thing repolished. It's starting to fade. I think that's actually might be from the sun. God, I hope not. You see my closet's a little broken. Good old 1970s engineering, huh? What do you mean? I do have 31 days here, because I have it a little organized, but I also have German stuff. There's a Mauta there, a Mauta there, Hermley right there, HAC, FFR, FFR, and then Waterbury, Ingram, Ergos. I don't only have 31 days. I just have a couple. I did sell 2 of them, I think. Yeah, I sold 2 of them. So now I have this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. I have 6. I used to have 8. And then, of course, a Chinese one there, and then a Chinese one there. Oh yeah, I do have that one, which is just a scrap one. I have 1 8-day, 2 15 days. I don't know if Yantar is. No, the Yantar would be 8-day, I think. I think Yantars are 8-day. You see the Waterbury gingerbread? I will. Hold on. I'm doing the Waterbury first. Nope. So this one is a fairly early Waterbury here. This is an 1883 Waterbury Brighton. Why is it hanging on the wall? Well, because it has a hook. It's got a hook right there. I have it pinned on a fairly good nail, which is angled upward because that's how I'm just using science for its advantage. And it's also a very lightweight clock, so it's not going anywhere. And it, so this, anyway. So this is an early Waterbury here, which is a very nice one. Let you hear it. Very nice sounding gong. It's a very old one. And this is very nice. This is rosewood, which is quite unusual for some of these. You don't typically see these in rosewood. And this Ingram is also rosewood as well. We have very nice wood design. It's stamped. I think it's stamped. It could be carved. Not sure when they started using the stamping techniques that basically burns the design into the wood. But if this was stamped, it's very well done. I've seen some of these type of gingerbreads that have a fairly, not a great stamp on it. It's fairly shallow. This one's actually quite deep. So they really made sure to get the design into the wood. Oh, the Mauta and onto the Mauta. The Mauta is still running. As you can see there. It's keeping perfect time. It's actually one of my best timekeepers despite the chime spring being shot, which was unfortunate. It did go very suddenly, but I'll let you hear it. So probably one of the best sounding Mauta rods. This one sounds close second, but this one is probably the best sounding chime rods out of my Mautas, besides the dual chimer right here. But yeah, that wood glue is starting to dry a bit. Actually, the super glue in the mixture is dried. You can see the little outline of the super glue, so it's now stuck. So that's now going to dry, and then it will come rock solid, basically. It's the most basic Mauto ball clock tuning of them all. They're all the same, from what I know. I haven't seen another one with any different type of tuning besides that one. $300, damn. It's pretty expensive. Has a darker case. Yeah. The darker cases do look good, but I feel like the lighter cases look a bit nicer on it. I don't know, something about dark cases on wall clocks suits some, but then once you get to like the 60s, which these are from, that one's from 1968 and that one's from 1969, they kind of work better with the lighter cases in my opinion. That's just me though. By the way, lots of Youngins Westminsters. Wow. Yeah, that's a little pricey. I mean, to be fair, I did pay $315 for that one, and that one was that's actually the most money I've ever spent on a wall clock. The second place would go to Baguette. That one was 85. That one was 60. Then the rest were under $50. That one I paid 40. That one I paid 40. That one was free. This one I paid 25. That one I paid 30. That one was free. That one was 30. That one was actually no, that one was I think 75. The time only one, which is quite rare, that one was 50. That one I paid 30. And then that one I also paid 30. So basically everything else was pretty much under $50. So I did pretty well. I do pretty well for prices. Oh yeah, no. This one's second place. That one I paid exactly 100 for, because this is quite a uncommon Ingram wall clock here. And then third place goes to Baguette. The youngin's still working perfectly, even though it fell off the wall before I got it. Oh no. We all hate to see that. Most I've spent is 200, and that was on the Loris grandmother clock with the rebranded Hermley movement. Okay. I think it was around 1.9 meters tall. I'm actually surprised the glass didn't shatter on that youngins you got there, Justin. I mean, to be fair, the same thing happened with the solar there when the shelf collapsed, which I actually still have there. Surprisingly, that glass somehow did not shatter despite it landed face first onto my dresser here, or onto my desk here. It like collapsed, hit its side, fell forward, smashed right onto the bezel, and then it slipped and fell onto the floor instead. So somehow that glass did not shatter. Sometimes this glass just somehow lives through the impossible. Like it's surprising. I'm looking for triple chime mantle clock. That's for $200. Jesus. I need to sell a few clocks. I would not. Why? What's the brand of the triple chimer? Because $200 is honestly quite ridiculous for a mantle clock. I've never spent that much on my mantle clocks, even though some of them are extremely rare. Like for example, the Celebrate here. That one was 80, I think. And this one was also 80. That one was nothing. That one I paid 120 or no 115 for because I was on eBay. The rest I got from them was under $100. Besides the Mauta there, that one was 140. That was the most I paid for a mantle clock. Can I hear one of them? Mauta Westminster. Which one? I have quite a few Mautas. I have that Mauta, I have that Mauta, I have that. No, that's not a Westminster. I have that Mauta, and then I have that Mauta. And I have that Mauta, and then I have my other Mauta that looks identical to this one, but that one's currently getting serviced with its bezel fixed. Can you chime the New Haven Gamma? Yeah, sure. This one actually has a rare tuning, which you don't typically see. It's not a very common... Oh yeah, I forgot the bezel door is a little loose on this one. The first one you pointed to. So that would be this one. I'll do that one after this one. So I'm actually going to... Now we chime this half past. Here we are. That one's quite a sentimental one to me because this is the very first New Haven Westminster I ever got, and I've been wanting one for quite some time until I found this one back in 2024 at my local thrift shop. Waterbury. I mean, it is said very similar to Waterbury. Some people do pronounce it as Waterbury. Oh, that side already went. So here's the Mauta. I am thinking of potentially swapping the chime blocks, putting this one into this one, because this one's chime rods are they're more resonant, they resonate more than this one, but they both resonate very well, but I am potentially thinking of doing that. Alright, whoops, I forgot. Got to set the time. But yeah, that's that one. Saw New Haven on Facebook Marketplace, along with another mantle roll clock parts. Nice. So it's a 4-rod, but it had no hands. Oh, just like my New Haven Gamma. It came with it did have its original hour hand. Actually, I might still have it up here, but it was a little bit broken in half. So I reluctantly found an hour hand from a battery clock, which actually reluctantly fit perfectly. And then I built my own minute hand out of a 31-day hand and just made it into a minute hand. And then I grabbed a piece of hand. Actually, yeah, this is another piece of a minute hand, which then I put a rubber gasket behind to extend it so that the pin can fit perfectly. So it reluctantly holds perfectly. I can give you a minute in our hand. I just don't know if they really fit because certain ones have different sizes. These ones minute hands, or this one, the minute hand doesn't fit on this one because this one's an earlier one, whereas this one's a later one. So I just don't know if they're gonna really fit properly. So, but yeah, that's that. No, I'm running out of coffee. I am now out of coffee. That's not good. I need to find another spot for this guy. So I'm actually going to put this one. Whoa, that was a key. Put this one back here. Just need to. Oh, it was actually ticking. Never mind. Right, because it's a balance wheel. Duh. Now I just need to find a spot for the 1972. Or no, the 1973 Tele. Or no, was it a 19? I forget. Was it 72 or 73? 72. I was close. Ooh. Yeah, I'll put it in front of the New Haven here. Actually, this will work perfectly. Sort of blocks it a bit, but I ain't got a better spot for it. Set the time on this one. Actually, that should be fairly simple. Easy. This one's glass needs to be cleaned up as well. Grab the key for it. Where's my Hermley keys? Oh, here we are. Whoops. Yeah, these like to slide around a bit. They're not very grippy. I am planning to maybe get a new case for it because the wood under this is split somewhere. I just cannot remember which one. Oh no, it was this one. Yeah, you can see the huge split there. It causes it to be a little off balance. So I'm thinking of finding a new case for it. Maybe. I also am planning on getting a another clock after I get the Mauta granddaughter, and that is I'm eyeballing a probably quite a rare one. It's a Forestville Ingram wall clock, same time only movement as this one, just obviously a later one, and I find it interesting because I never knew Ingram continued making wall clocks into the 40s. They never once changed their design because, well, that's just them. So I'm very tempted on getting that, and I was thinking of putting it right here once I get it. So hopefully I can get it. It's a very interesting design, very plain, or as some people call it, conservative. Very conservative design. Very simplistic, yet fairly attractive looking. Actually, I don't think I wound this one up. So let's wind this guy up. There we go. Are you going to do all 4 quarters of Bells de Jura on the FFR? Not really. I usually just do the full melody as if it was like on the hour. But I have learned another couple melodies on this one. So row, row, row your boat. I've learned how to play that one. And Three Blind Mice. So I'm eventually going to post eventually. I don't know any. Oh yeah, I also have this one. I don't. It's one of those songs by I forgot his name. Very famous song. Forgot the name of it. I cannot think of the artist name, even though I know who it is. Mozart, that's him. It's one of the Mozart songs. Alright, well, I need more coffee, so I'm gonna go make some coffee. Let's go on a little journey. Going on a little journey. And this is my coffee maker. This is a 1974 Mr. Coffee Jr. Which works absolutely perfectly because old stuff was just built to last. This is my garbage. Actually, what I do have, no, I don't have a tripod, but I do have a phone stand. And this should have a little Seth Thomas spring barrel here to weigh it down because it is not enough weight to keep the phone steady. So, there we are. As we make myself some coffee. Actually, that should be perfect. Actually, never thought of using the this little phone stand because I didn't think it would be good enough. So let's make some coffee because I just cannot live without it. You know, it's my drug. You got the goods? Yeah, I got the goods. It's the coffee. Not only is this thing from 1974, it's actually the most simplistic coffee makers you can ever get. And it makes a damn good cup of coffee. So let's move my phone over here. Then lastly, all you do, put the thing on in here, switch it on, done. Now your coffee's being brewed. The most simplistic designs ever. No need for any of these little buttons for like mocha frappuccinos and all that crap on these modern systems that break down in the next 2 years. Okay, might as well put this over here. I don't know where else to put this phone stand. Last time I went live, I had a few people who did not know what grammar was for a complete sentence. Bruh. I mean, maybe they were foreign, because, you know, my dad used to actually be a English teacher. Like, he actually taught people English back in his day. And, he learned how to teach people English. So, they're probably, if people do that, they're probably not, they probably aren't, like, thorough with English. Like, even myself, I'm born to speak English, and I cannot think of anything. I cannot just, you know, think. That's mainly due to my severe ADHD and anxiety, where I just think straight, but I cannot think properly. Some incense burning. Much better. There, now I got a phone stand going on here. And I can properly rotate my camera without this shaking. Now my phone's at 10%, so that's great. Now let me actually prop my phone somewhere where it's like a nice camera shot, but I don't have to move the camera as much to show stuff. And actually, you know what? That's perfect. Besides the flag, then people might think it's woke or something. Actually, that's quite a good shot. Very, damn. I have to leave my clocks for 4 days, and they have to fend for themselves. Well, I would recommend winding them all up, so that they, you know, they can run they can have plenty of spring tension to run for 4 days. Damn, that's actually a really good camera shot, holy shit. And there's my, Sears desk fan right there. The ultra strong one. I literally just blew a piece of paper. Ultra power. Anybody have any more questions? Questiones? Questerinos? Quests? Actually, I could probably get this shot showing the firmly down there so that we can have a proper. Yeah, that works. It's a camping trip. I'm leaving on Thursday morning, returning in Sunday afternoon. They're all going to be wound up. Oh yeah, they'll have plenty of time, but they're not going to be at the correct time. Yeah, you're gonna have to, it takes some time to do this, pun intended. You'll have to, leave the clocks for a couple days. If someone's running a little too slow, you're just gonna have to, you know, for example, grab the nut and just adjust it ever so slightly up, like a little at a time, until you finally have the proper thing. That's how I have all my clocks running pretty much perfect. Some of them. Some of them need a little adjusting. I just have been too lazy to do it. Like my HAC, it's running like maybe a couple minutes behind. Actually, you know what? While I do that, I'll just adjust it. Might as well. So I'm doing a live stream regardless. I might as well do it. Let's see. Just a little bit upward. See, there we go. That should do it. What time is it? 4:33? Alright. Put it there. Same with my FFR. Surprisingly, it's still, actually no, it's running a little fast. Anybody else got any questions or any clocks they'd like to hear? Feel free. Actually, might as well turn this a little bit. So yeah, if anybody has any questions or clocks they'd like to hear in my collection, I'll be happy to share. Even if it's a Felix type of question. Like surprisingly, I've got my E Pluribus Unum cottage clock there, basically running on perfect time, and yet that was the clock that kept the worst time in my collection. But ever since adding some weight to the pendulum, it's been perfect. All of mine, nope. The only one that is running correctly is my 92 Howard Miller, which has been never messed with since from the factory. Wow, so it's a factory survivor. Like my New Haven clock, which is in case you guys don't remember, it's this one hiding back here. That one's from the 1930s, and it's never once been serviced. Not once. And yet it still works perfectly. No issues. It's an original survivor. Just your 92 Howard Miller is also an original survivor. That's pretty crazy. But with all your other stuff, have you ever heard of youngins play Ave Maria to Schubert? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard, I mean, I have so many in my I have so many clocks in my want list playlist. I actually haven't put a youngins Ave Maria Schubert in my want list yet. Forgot about that one. I have one with the 12 gong, like a wall clock that plays the 12 gong melody, but that's I know is going to be pretty much impossible to find. Youngin's grandfather clock. I don't have room for a grandmother clock, but I have made room for the Mauta granddaughter clock. That's honestly the only long case clock I'll ever get. It's not going to be the only It's not going to be the only long case clock in my house. My dad has a granddaughter clock, which it's not mine, but I can show you guys it if you'd like. Yes, you heard me right. Yeah. So next week, hopefully, if the lady that has the Mauta granddaughter clock can get back to me. I left a couple messages. I know she's skeptical of selling it. She's actually the same owner that had little nugget here. Same lady. She used to own this one, then she sold that one to me. Which is when she showed me the granddaughter clock that she has. She's a little skeptical of selling it because she has like sales regret or something like that. Which for some reason she did say, oh, I have to get over it regardless. But yet now she's debating on selling it, so I find that a little odd. But it's her choice. I mean, I have everything set to restore it, which I'm going to absolutely lock in because that's going to be probably the rarest thing in my collection. But if I'm able to get it, that'd be awesome. If I'm unable to get it, well, that's fine by me. I mean, I can find other stuff just as good, I guess. But, I mean, I hope I can get it. We all start with a granddaughter clock. I did with the rare dual chime Elliott. Yeah, those things are rare too. I mean, I'm gonna stick with the granddaughter clock because, I mean, transporting a granddaughter clock is already difficult enough because it doesn't just sit in your lap like a wall clock or a mantle clock when you buy it. You can just stick it in the car. Whereas with granddaughter clocks, you have to have like 2 people to carry it. And then you have to put the seats back and then just like slide the whole thing into your car, and you need a big car for that. You can't just put something like that into like a sedan or something like that. So it's gonna be very, very, very difficult. Remember when I spotted the dual chime FFR? Yeah, that one. That was those are the more common FFRs you'd find. Besides like just a Westminster. The Westminster FFRs are like the common ones. The dual chimers are like the second common ones. They're still uncommon, but they're not over the top rare. And then you got the quad chimers, which are like the rarest things out there. And I don't think FFR did triple chimers. If they did, that would be fairly unusual. I think they just did dual chimers and then quad chimers. And then, oh yeah, the time-only FFRs are actually a rare find as well. Like Baguette, for example. I would say that's ironically rarer than my quad chimer. Baguette, I would say that's weirdly rarer than my quad chimer. Oh yeah, they've made time and strike ones. They have bim bams, and that's actually it. I don't think they did anything else other than bim bams. Yeah, they're okay. They're not like the most impressive things out there. The bim bams, they're not as nice sounding as like their Westminsters. But they did make time and strike. The FFR did make time and strike. The Westminsters, or I should just say the 3 train movements, are the most common ones to find because they were way more popular than the time and strike ones. Obviously, the time only ones are probably a bit rarer because they weren't as common. I have 4 grandfather clocks between Seth Thomas grandfather clock and the Ergos grandfather clock, and I feel like it feels like a wall. Well, yeah, that's another reason why I don't like long case clocks personally, because they just take up so much space for just one big clock, whereas with like mantle clocks and wall clocks, you know, they're larger, but they take up less space and you can just fit more. I have four floor clocks, only one grandfather clock and 2 chain-driven floor clocks. Okay. I feel like the only grandfather clock I'd want, if I were to choose, I think it would be a, ironically, the one of the young'uns one that there's a video of them. It's called like the world's best grandfather clock, and it's like one of those earlier ones with like 4 sets of rods for each note, and then like a very deep gong for the strike. Actually, I have it in my clock want list. You can take a peek and you'll find it. It's like the title is World's Most Amazing Grandfather Clock. They're such weird units and they're so unique. That would probably be the only grandfather clock I'd ever want. The tuning on my Hermley grandfather clock is screwed like very bad. Oh dear. Actually, I'll show you my dad's grandmother clock. It's over here. It's their most typical one. This isn't mine, again, this is my dad's. And those are my cousins on the thing here. This pretty basic. It's made by Craftline. I think the logo fell off here. These are actually a bit uncommon. They're basically build yourself kits. Like the movements you'd have to reassemble, you'd build yourself. And it still has all its instructions on here. Yeah, there it is. It still has its instructions for it. Clocks by Craftline. This envelope contains clock assembly and operating instructions. So you basically build this yourself like a Lego set. So they were a little popular, but they're a bit tricky to find now. But this is my dad's. The weights are at the bottom here. It just runs as a time only for the time being. But I'll put the weights on so you can actually hear it. Let me go grab the weights from the bottom. Now would be a pretty good time to have that little phone stand. Let me grab the first weight here. This is for actually the heaviest one goes on the strike side, if I'm correct. So that goes there. And this one is the lighter one, which goes for the chime side. There we are. All the weights have been set, so if I'm correct, this should go. Most basic tuning ever. It's nothing too fancy. Yeah, probably the most basic sounding grandmother clock tuning. I know I shouldn't really be messing with this thing, but I'm going to spin it around and show you the interior. Because I need to figure out when what year this movement was replaced, which has now has a Hermley movement in it. It was originally would have had a Kieniger movement inside it, but then it was replaced by the previous owners not very long before they sold it to my dad. It was replaced with a brand spanking new movement from Hermley, so it would have costed them probably a few $100s or something like that to replace. So I'm going to spin it around carefully. I'm going to take the pendulum off it. Well, it doesn't look like I can because I can't see, so I'm going to gently spin it around. So I need to know the date of the movement. I'm going to very, very gently move it. Gently. Oh boy, okay. Alright. And there's the back. So now we flick this down. I have to put these guys down again. There we go. So now this should pop out. Or no. I need a little screwdriver. Because I know it's a brand spanking new movement in it. And it's still very new. My dad got this in 2018, I think. It's probably got like a 2017 Hermley movement inside it. Or something like that, because it was very recent where they replaced it. Oh yes, yeah, there it is. So gently. There's the movement. Yeah, as you can see, it's very new. Brand spanking new. And the date is... oh, it doesn't... a V. It's a V. So that's a, oh, it doesn't have its screw... what the fuck? Where the heck are the screws? Or the nuts for the movement? I could quite literally just pop that out right now. Uh-oh, someone didn't properly reassemble it. I didn't even notice that. Actually, I'm gonna have to use my computer because I have someone from the factory did not reassemble it properly. So there's the strike. Yeah, this is brand new as well. They replaced the gong as well. I think, at least. I'm not gonna bother touch it. I just want to know. There's a website that I use, which I can use to date Hermley movements. I know. Actually, V is, because Z is 2010 before they went to double. So V is I cannot math right now. Hermley movement dates. There we are. Clockworks. That's the site here, which I use. So V 2009. So that's oh right, I was close. Z is 2013. So 2009 they replaced the movement. So that is a brand spank. Ow! That is a brand spanking new movement. That is not long ago. So yeah, that's where they. So that's the date of that. So 2009 is when they replaced the movement because it was brand spanking new. They got it. So yeah, that's very new. The clock itself is from the 80s. This craft line was fairly popular before they died out. So yeah, they got it in the 80s, brand new, and then they replaced the movement in 2009 with this one. So let me gently push it back where it should be. Oh, the 34002. Yes, my junk one, the one that has the blown time side. I could actually use that. It's got its screws right. Actually, you know what? You actually just probably. I never thought of that. Thanks, actually. Holy shit, I never actually thought of that. So if these springs go, it's not a huge loss because the time side is beyond repair on this one. I actually never thought of that. These might actually fit because Harmony didn't really make certain size parts besides for specific movement, but I don't think nuts. This is going to take a little bit as I unscrew these. Let me see. This one's a little stiff. I never thought of this. Let's hope they fit at least. I really hope they do. Come on, come on, you got this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we are. Let me take this one. Ooh. Wow, that one's really on there. Hey, come on. There we are. Well, I guess you can say I fixed my dad's grandmother clock if these fit, which I really, 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 really hope they do. Let's just hope these plates don't suddenly kaboom. Or the springs, I should say. God, I hope these fit. Alright, all four have been taken off, so let's see if these actually fit. You should unwind them first. Well, I unfortunately do not have a spring letdown tool, so I can't, even if I really wanted to. Alright, clock has been moved. That is a little sketchy. That I do not trust will hold. Ooh. Okay. There we are. Board is now off. Movement is now exposed. So let's see if these actually fit. Please fit. Oh my god, they fit. No way. Oh, they somewhat. Nope, they fit. They're a little tight, but they fit. Holy shit. Yeah, they fit. Holy shit. So they did not change their sizes at all. I'll be dipped. That is amazing. Hold on. There we are. That's funny. Yeah, you did it again. Metro Man saves the day. Just need to be very, very, very careful because this clock is currently unbalanced. And I'm currently pretty much the only thing holding it up. So I have to be very delicate. There goes that second nut. Okay. Okay, let's go. Got my trusty pliers here. Someone from the Hermley factory needs to get fired for whoever reassembled this movement. They did not do it properly. This actually clock could have been a little bit of a hazard, as if it something slipped, the whole movement could have just exploded basically. The third nut is now in place. Alright. Fourth knot is now in place. Now the movement is secure. And there we are. Perfect. That is not going anywhere. And also, I find it funny with this pendulum, it's the same kind of engineering as like those Korean pendulums. Just basically a bunch of metal pieces hugging the piece of wood. So I find hilarious. Now we gently put this back. So I sounded like a frickin' alcohol, oh no, a cigarette addict. Yeah, that was lucky. The mirror fell, but thankfully the clock didn't. I'm definitely Not going to mess with this again. And I forgot to put the backboard on. God, I hope that mirror did not crack. But to be fair, that would probably be my dad's fault a little bit because he put it that way. Gently put this back. Oh, come on. Twist around. Very sketchy. This is sketchy. This is making me anxious. Okay. There. It is back in place. Let me check on the mirror. I hope it's okay. Ooh, that was lucky. For any of you who were curious, this mirror was propped up way too steep, and my bike was, this is my bike here, which I'm currently preparing. It was tipped over, and then it knocked the bike over, and then the mirror fell onto the bike, but it looked like it did not hit anything vital, so that was close. And yes, my bike is a 1951 Rally. Don't see those too often. Surprisingly, these are the original rubber tires to this bike from 1951. Don't know how these things survived that long, but they did. Oh, this clock is unbalanced. Yeah, that's a little unbalanced. Oh, well, no wonder, because it's not propped up back far enough. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that's pressed up against the wall. And there we are. There we are. Perfect. Well, now my dad's grandmother clock is fixed up. Thanks to Lego. Lego my ego. Sorry, I had to make the pun. I had to make the pun of the waffles. Alright, now that'll run for probably another, God knows how long. Now that it's got its stuff in. There we are. Perfect. My dad's grandmother clock is now fixed. And now I can finally treat myself to my coffee. There's my coffee mug. Here it is. My lovely corgi mug. Now there's a fly in the house. What the hell? Yes, this is a carpeted kitchen. Don't worry about it. At least I don't have a carpeted bathroom. Milk. Yes, I know my counter is a little dirty. A lot of cooking has been going on. Yes, oh hell no, indeed. Carpeted bath, carpeted kitchen. Yay, I'm home. Coffee. Just how I like it. Right, now we're back. Now I can put my phone back to where it was right on time because my battery just showed 10%. So that was weird timing. There. So, does anybody have any questions? Like, honestly, just ask anything. Just don't be nothing weird. That's all I ask. This channel is a safe space for all ages. Which is the best German brand? Oof, that's a good question. I don't have any, like, actually I only have, I don't have many companies by Germany besides, like, I do have, I have one Young Hands, that is the thing, one Winterhalter. I have quite a few Hermleys. I do have a Goofa, and then I have 4 HACs, mostly Mautas. I do have mostly Mautas. I have one Kienzle. I mostly have Mautas. I think my top 3. I don't have much about I only have one Kienzle, so I can't fully say which one I like better for Kienzle. I think my top 3 is going to be, I think top will go, like, number 1 will have to go to, it's a tough choice between Mauta and HAC. I think I'm going to go with HAC, second place Mauta, and then third place Hermley. I haven't had any issues with Hermley. I don't have any complaints about them. They've all been very reliable. Every Hermley I have, besides the one that exploded here, has been perfectly fine. Although that blown one came that way when I got it. That's my top 3, honestly. Top is HAC, aka Young Hands, which is what mine are. They're just basically Young Hands movements rebranded to HAC, but I'm just going to call it HAC regardless. Second place Mauta, and then third place Hermley. I have my Kienzle, but I have to own a couple more before I can decide if I, like them or not. That's about it, honestly. That's my top 3. But best, me personally, will have to go to HAC. Those are the ones that have been perfectly fine. Which clock is your fave from your collection? Your favorite from mine is the quad chime, French market, and then both my Trinity chimers, your Kienzle and your Mauta dual chime. Those are probably everyone's favorite from my collection. My favorite from yours, I think it'll have to go to your Art Deco Mauta with the rectangular dial. That one's actually, yeah, that one's my favorite from your collection. That one I really, really like. If I were to own it, I have all the parts I need to get that one properly fixed. To the best of my ability, at least. But yeah, the rectangular Mauta is my favorite from your collection. I know it needs some tinkering, but I have my, I have returned. You have returned. Welcome back, Justin. Feel free to ask any questions you like, just nothing weird, because this channel is pretty family friendly. I do swear sometimes, but that's about the only thing I can say. I may make a couple jokes occasionally, like something dark humor or something like that, but nothing like weird, because I'm, you know, not that type of person. That one, unfortunately, the hour chimes 2 minutes before the hour if the minute hand aligns with 15. That's a very, 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 very simple fix. Very simple. Here, I'll actually show you just how ungodly simple it is to fix that. So I think I have a spare minute hand line laying around somewhere. Ah, yes. In here, in this little extra parts one. There it is, a Hermley hand. Here we are. I'll show you just how simple that is to fix. All you need is a pair of pliers and the minute hand. Actually, I'm not going to use this hand. I'm going to use the corroded solar I have for this as my victim. So we'll grab this, unscrew it, of course. Then you will see this little extended piece here. This is actually basically frictioned into place, sort of. It is kind of like clipped in like a clip. I'm gonna grab my thing here. So hopefully this is enough light. No, it is not. So all you do is you take the hand and the pliers and you just wrap it around here. Make sure you grab onto it tightly. What you will see is that this square, will suddenly rotate on you. See that? See how the square is now changing? You are now adjusting the hand. And depending where you place it, it will, see, the hand used to be right here, now it's up here because now it's been adjusted. See, now you heard the click, so it's chiming 10 minutes too early. So all you do is you just keep adjusting it until you finally click it, have it click in the right spot. So there, I adjusted a little more here. What it should do now is it should, see now it's locked up. See, now it's chiming now it's out of place by 3 minutes. So you just keep adjusting it a little bit back and forth until you finally, and now it's adjusted a little bit, and it should be lined up now. No, now it's a little too far. And then, oh, whoops, I just hit my clock on accident. And you just adjust it a little more this way then. Then if I'm correct, this should line up with the half hour. Nah, it's still a little too far, but you get the point. Oh no, now it's perfect. It's a little early, but you get the point. It's the it's the cam. Well, that ain't too good. It's a different issue. If I adjust the minute hand to the 15 an hour strike, it clicks 2 minutes. Or you try the hand trick here that I did. You just adjust it. Should work. I don't think it's the can, unless it's cracked, but I doubt something like that would do that. Yeah, give that a try and see if that works. I have it set to chime 1 minute before. Well, that's fine. I mean, if it's 1 minute before, if it chimes 1 minute before the thing, it's no big deal. I mean, that's fine. And oh, you're heading to the antique market. Oh, awesome. I may not, but might get something. All right. Good luck, soldier. Holy crap, my brightness is so low all of a sudden. Alright, well, anybody else have any questions? YouTube still hasn't done a job. That report I made on people who stole my content did not give me credit. Haven't gone anywhere, but it's been more than 2 weeks, and I think a month at this point. Whoa. Honestly, Justin, I might honestly do a video on that guy, since considering he has 2 accounts that's just stealing people's content just to make money off of them, and ironically getting more views than us. So I might honestly just do an exposing video on that guy, because I mean I made 3 YouTube posts on this guy, and he's still stealing people's content, although he's kind of slowed down. So I think he's understanding that he probably got caught, considering if you're gonna steal clock collectors' videos, I mean, seriously, people are going to find out where those videos came from. Like for example, TN24H, he's it's such a specific type of videos he does that you can just recognize it in a split second. And stuff like your videos, it's very specific, it's very you can just tell what videos belong to who. And like Tommy Wiley, he's got a very specific look and specific video style that you can just understand who it is. So I'm probably honestly going to make an exposing video of that guy who's stealing content, because I mean, nothing's going anywhere. Reports are clearly doing nothing. So it's honestly, TN24 just dropped a rare bomb. A rare bomb? Is it from a submarine? No, I'm kidding. A rare bomb? What do you mean? What rare bomb is it? Oh shit, one of those. Yeah, those things are extremely rare. So that's probably now the second one known in existence on the internet, because Kansas Clocks and Sirens found one at an antique shop, and he did a video on it. It's a 9-bell. It's a 9-bell grandfather clock, and so the fact that TN found one is crazy. I mean, I'm not surprised. He finds all this rare shit. 200-year-old clock. Jesus, I can immediately recognize mine and his as well. That was funny. Yeah, it's a not. Yeah, it's a. Oh, this is a Westminster only. Sonora grandfather clock. Yeah, the one Kansas found was a dual chimer with Whittington. Actually, if you look on my clock want list playlist, you actually, I think I have it. That one's the dual chimer saved in there. So if you look through that, actually no. If you just look up Sonora grandfather clock, you'll immediately sorry. If you look up on the search Seth Thomas 9-bell Sonora grandfather clock, it'll pop up immediately. So you'll find it. Sounds absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, there's. I swear to God, is always using 200-year-old clock, powerless bell, like every time gives you away. Or it's either that, or it's like, do you like this chime? It's one of those two. Do you like this chime? Yeah, it's either a 200-year-old clock or do you like this chime? Is what. Swear to God, I wouldn't be surprised if that guy was a bot or something like that. My own creations stolen from me. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually do a. I think I'm honestly gonna do a video exposing videos that creator. Cause, I mean, content theft is honestly insane. Like, and they, like, I swear to God, why steal people's videos? It's honestly stupid. You can honestly just get your own collection started. Like, that would be the more smarter method, you know? Like, you can find clocks at the thrift store for, like, I don't know, $15 to $40. That's how much I usually get my clocks from the thrift store. Because it's like $20 or like $40 or $30. Sometimes 50, but I usually use a 20% discount card for those. Can get them for a better price. Like, they don't cost much at the thrift store. You can actually find some pretty good shit there. Like what was the best find? I did, the best find at the thrift store for me was the, oh yeah, the New Haven Gamma that I got from the thrift store, the Gilbert adamantine with the interesting double bell strike that that I got there. The actually the Tessiner I got from a thrift store, but it was a different one. The most of my stuff actually came from a thrift store. Almost all my 31 days came from the thrift store. That Mauta bread loaf, the Westminster one with the neat funky hammer thing, which I'm currently getting fixed right now, that I got from there as well. The highest I've ever had to pay for a clock was $140, but that might change to $200 soon, and by soon I mean in a few weeks or a month. Oh god. Most of mine came from the Facebook market. Yeah, that's the second. I either get my stuff from the thrift store, Facebook Marketplace, which is now most of the time now, and antique shops, but I don't usually get them from there now because they're sometimes overpriced. Sometimes. But most of my stuff came from the Facebook Marketplace. Like the rare Daniel Dakota time only wall clock, that one I got from Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes you can just find some rare shit on there. So, yeah. I am getting some stuff off of eBay. I'm actually finding some pretty interesting stuff off of eBay. I'll mention this one again. The one that I'm hard eyeballing is a Forestville Ingram wall clock, which I never knew Ingram kept making wall clocks on in the 40s when Forestville was rebranding them. So I'm very, 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 very tempted to get that one. It's the same movement as in my Ingram here. They never change their designs at all. So I'm very tempted to get that Forestville wall clock. Which I'm honestly probably gonna get next month once I get paid and such. My sessions came from a antique market. Nice. My Ergos mantle clock, the one with the Art Deco-y kind of bezel door. That one came from the thrift store as well. Did someone say Sessions explodes? Honestly, I never understood the hate towards Sessions, because I have 2 Sessions clocks, and they've never given me issues. I think most of the time when people say they explode is because they wind them way too damn fast, like rough. Like how, I'm just gonna be a little bit petty here, but like how Kansas Clocks and Sirens winds his stuff. He usually winds his stuff very rough and fast, which adds strain to the ratchets and everything, and you never want to, like, because it's like a car in a way. If you don't want to just slam on the gas suddenly, because that's a very sudden high pressure and bunch of torque. It's usually the Sessions electric stuff that is the true bombs, because those catch on fire, whereas mechanical stuff, they do not. So yeah, I've always been winding my stuff very slow and gently, because I don't want to put so much like pressure onto the ratchets and such. I've only had 2 clocks. Actually, no, I've only had 3 clocks in the years I've been collecting that have exploded on me. The only one that whoa. The only clock that has like exploded was the Brentwood 31 day. And then the Mauta wall clock, that one was just the spring and such. Anyway, Snow, I got a question for you. What is it, Justin? Sorry for yapping too much. I didn't mean to yap all that much. But what's up? Brentwood does the scrapped Hermley. It came with a exploded spring, so that one didn't explode on me. But yeah, of all the clocks I've collected over the years, and all of the years I've been collecting, I've only had 3 clocks break on me, and that was very recently. I've always been very gentle with winding these stuff, because I never want to put strain on the ratchets and potentially have a ratchet failure. So you gotta be a little gentle with these things, because I mean they've lasted so long. So yeah, they're like a grandparent. You gotta give them gotta cut them a little slack, you know. No matter how new they are. Anyway. Oh no, there's 0 people. Oh no. When I made an old short of my New Haven when the strikes plate exploded, I wound it fast, showing that it exploded, and a few days later you made a video about how to wind a clock slowly. Oh, that was, oh. Oh, I see, okay. Okay, I never actually knew that. That's a bit of a coincidence. I never meant that towards you. So I apologize. Yeah, didn't. Okay, let me try to phrase this properly because I cannot speak. That was meant to be for Kansas, because during that time there was a tiny bit of drama going on. Because, you know, I don't usually like to see all these clocks get abused or anything and such. And so that was meant for Kansas. I actually didn't really know it was that short period of time where I posted that. And so no, I never meant that towards you, because you know, you take good care of your stuff, and I mean, I don't want to trash talk too much about Kansas, but with Kansas and such, they don't take criticism very lightly. Whereas, or not criticism, but they don't take, you know, information from other people on how to do or treat their stuff well too lightly. So I never meant that video towards you. If it helps, I can delete the video after I end this live. I mean, it's an old video, and it's gone as like kind of a stupid video. But yeah, that wasn't meant towards you. Actually, I never knew it was that short period of time where you posted that and I posted that, so that's a bit of a unfortunate timing, I guess. But yeah, that wasn't meant for you or anything. The chime rod's bending killed me, bro, Chacha. Oh, wait, remember that vintage Plymouth video where the guy traded? Oh, yeah. That video, oh my gosh, he's like throwing the clock around, treating it like a piece of garbage. Yeah, I remember that video. That poor Plymouth. That poor Plymouth. I hope you're still here, Justin. If you missed what I said, I can happily repeat that. Yeah, the chime rod bending. And it being a Plymouth makes it all worse. Yeah, if it was a regular Seth Thomas, I would still be very disappointed, but not as disappointed if it was a Plymouth, because Plymouths are a little more tricky to find than, you know, Seth Thomas. I find Seth Thomas clocks all the time, but I could be a little more forgiving if it was just a Seth Thomas that he was kind of throwing around. I mean, you know, but still, I mean, I don't like any clock being traded that way. And Justin, are you still here? I hope you're still here. Plymouth doesn't deserve to be traded if it's a crappy build movement. Okay, I think you're getting a little carried away. Yes, the Seth Thomas two-train movements aren't the greatest quality, but they're not the lowest quality. It's not like Ingram. Ingram movements are the later Ingram movements are pretty crappy, but the early ones are okay. I hope you heard what I was saying earlier. I mean, if you didn't, I can happily say it again if you like. Once had an old Hermley striking clock, and the Tyneside ratchet was messed with to where every time I would wind it, the ratchet would give away and would pop and hurt my hand. Ooh, sounds like the screw that holds the ratchet in place was a little loose or something. Some can be a little bit finicky like that. Either that or it was the spring, the little click spring. Like when I got this New England Ergos wall clock there, it the ratchet was slipped. When I got it, of course, it was slipped, but I bought it anyways, not thinking, okay, well, it's a cheap $10 clock, so I figured I'd buy it anyway just to see what's wrong with it. I took it out. Turns out the click spring was bent and the ratchet was slipped out of place, so I put it back and I bent the click spring back into place, and then poof, off it went. Still works perfectly to this day. So it sounds like either the click spring was a little out of place, a little too far out, or winding it would cause it to slip or something, or it could be that the screw... No, it sounds more like the click spring actually. It's most commonly the click spring that bends out of the way, and then the whole thing kind of slips a bit. Reminds me, once I was winding my Enfield Westminster mantle clock and the ratchet sounded very quiet. Ooh. Turns out the ratchet springs was not pressing fully and it slipped, but luckily I was mid-wind when it slipped and I slowly unwound it. Okay. Yeah, you got really lucky. You got really lucky there, Lego. Because ratchet failures are the most dangerous types of failures, because you can break a finger or dislocate it, because it's a lot of spring power that just suddenly gives way and just smacks on your hand. I've thankfully never had a ratchet failure, touch wood, but you know, I don't want to experience it, so that's why I wind my stuff very gently, as I don't want to put wear onto the ratchets. I heard what you said. Okay, that's good, Justin. I hope what I explained makes sense, because I'm a little bit goofy when it comes to talking. It's mainly because, you know, stupid ADHD. I sometimes just speak without thinking fully. It just comes out not making much sense. Always had that type of thing. And it was a 3/4, and it was like 3/4 of the way wound fully. Ooh, okay. So, okay. And it's fixed now. Okay, well that's awesome. At least it's fixed and up and running. I got very lucky. I probably used 6 months worth of luck. Yeah. You lost a couple of your 9 lives. Actually, no, I actually have had ratchet failures, but mostly alarm clocks that I used to own in the past. I've had a couple that suddenly gave out, but thankfully, them being small little keys, I was able to be quick enough to get away from the key. The one that I've had that actually did strike my finger which hurt like hell, was a music box. It was a really, really old music box from, I think, the 1900s. And the pot metal, there was a pot metal base of the music box, like the, hold on, let me grab a music box for reference so that I can make sense of this. Here we are. The metal base that everything is mounted onto was made of the lowest budget pot metal, which is like a huge mixture of metals that just hold together. Most gramophone tone arms are made out of pot metal, so when I wound it, the pot metal literally snapped and the spring gave out, and the key literally struck my finger, and it hurt like hell because it was fully wound. So I know what a ratchet failure feels like, but not on a clock, and I honestly do not want to know what that feels like. I don't want to experience a ratchet failure on a clock. Is this even ticking, or did it? There we go. So yeah, I know what a ratchet failure feels like, but not on a clock, and I honestly don't want to know what that feels like. Hey, I got ADHD and I'm not normal. Aren't we all? I never had one of my clocks ratchet brick. My clock's ratchet brick or a oh, break. Well, honestly, all I gotta do is touch wood because don't want to jinx it or anything. I never want to jinx it and then suddenly, you know, karma gets me back. Put this friendly movement back to where I originally had it. How do I go live? Not get my live ended because of my age. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait, unfortunately. YouTube does not like it when young kids go live because of... Actually, this is honestly a W YouTube moment for this, because I can understand it. A lot of weirdos are on YouTube, especially on the scroll feature live streams, which is what this is. You can just scroll on shorts or live streams and you'll eventually bump into mine. So if somebody finds like a kid on a live stream, a lot of weirdos would get a little, you know, I'm not gonna explain it, but I've had my fair share of seeing comments on YouTube. I mean, I've been on the internet for so long now that I understand how the internet can be. So it's not good. Especially even if it's like a girl like myself that is live streaming, I can still very much get weird comments, like stuff like, is it pink? Which, if you don't understand, thank God, because I'm not wanting to explain it, because again, this is a child-friendly channel. But that's just my explanation. If you get it, you get it. I'm not going to explain it. But I can still get weird shit on here. It's not a great... It's risky, so I understand why YouTube doesn't want, like, Jordan Busby. No, he's not. I don't know about Jordan. I've known Jordan for 2 years now. He hasn't been weird with me. I mean, he's hearted messages, but that's only because I show clocks of mine that he likes. I don't think he knows how old you actually are, so I think he just says. I mean, he's not like the most grown-up person, like mature, I guess. He's from like he's from I forget where he's from. He's from like the South or something like no, not the South. He's from somewhere in the States where people typically don't really understand and they don't mean any harm towards you. And I've met people like that. It's still a little uncomforting, but you know, I mean, it's not his fault. He doesn't really understand in the Tennessee, if that makes sense. He lives in that area where people don't really understand. I mean, he hasn't socialized a lot because I don't know if he has many friends in person, so he doesn't really understand the, like, overall type of, like, how people can be like. So if he says something weird, just kind of be like, hey, I don't feel comfortable with that. Like, he doesn't fully know, which is why I can forgive him and everything. Like, I've obviously met people who say it and they understand that it's uncomforting. That's a different type of thing. They can say it, and like, if people say it and they understand that it's wrong, that makes it wrong. If they say it and they don't understand that, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, then they've learned, which is what Jordan is like. He's learned. Have you given up posting on TikTok? Kind of. I mean, given that my Roblox game was taken down, I mean, I'm honestly gonna have to go back to my Minecraft city. I'm gonna have to go back to my Minecraft city that I was working on, which if you scroll through my TikTok account, you will see that I was working on a huge Minecraft city from day one. Yeah. And Briggs, the best thing you can honestly do is just posting shorts. YouTube allows shorts from younger people, just they will turn off your comments to keep yourself protected from obviously the weirdos on the internet. I think you can go live, just don't show your face. Because I remember Jay's clocks, who has all those interesting like Young Hans bracket clocks. He did go live once, but he never showed his face, but he kept talking. And you can like text on the live stream, but I honestly wouldn't risk it. Because YouTube may not like that. You're gonna have to, I think you have to be at least 16 or something like that to go live on YouTube. I'm not 100% sure. I don't fully know what their age group is where they can allow content or something. I don't know. TikTok thinks I'm a 10-year-old, so they will delete my account. Yeah, TikTok is not a place for kids. Definitely not a place for kids. TikTok is honestly wild. I am honestly losing respect for it because it's basically become like Instagram, where you can scroll, you can either find like brain rot, toxic stuff, or just straight up suggestive stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. Instagram is not good. That's all I find on there, and that's honestly all I'm finding on TikTok now. It's just giving me random stuff. Like people like part of the people like Marianne. I'm not gonna actually say the name because I'm not wanting to get I don't want to get in trouble. I'm not gonna mention it. I'm not gonna mention names. I've seen some people who do films on different platforms, let's just say. Yeah, I will stay away from now on. Yeah, TikTok is annoying. Where this girl Natalie Reynolds, and she pisses me off. I've never heard of her, and honestly, I don't want to find out. Honestly, I'm not gonna find out. Just good. Alright, yeah. Okay. Any other people have any questions? Any clocks you want to hear, or any just questions in general? I'm at the market. Awesome. Honestly, you should do a YouTube video of yourself walking around, and then, you know, edit it together and then post it and see what you find. Have other people look at what there is at the market there. Like what I did with the antique mall, I did a whole live stream of showing the place off, and then, you know. Might honestly do another live stream like that of going into different markets. There's quite a few antique stores here. Hey Maya, should I post a YouTube video and a little bit of me identifying the Seth Thomas clock? I mean, it's up to you. I mean, it's your channel. Post whatever you like. Might stream, I'm not sure if the vendors will like it. I mean, it's up to you. Honestly, if you do live stream it, just go up to each vendor and say, ask for permission. Because if you watch my YouTube video of me going to the antique mall, I asked the owner of the mall who was there to see if I can film, and he agreed because he liked that I asked. Okay, well, you probably see my face too. Okay. Alright, goodbye on the rest of your stream. Alright, good luck on the rest of your stream. I gotta make it right now. Alright. Thanks for stopping by. The only thing is authentic clock is the only thing I actually think is authentic is clock videos on TikTok from people who actually communicate to people. Yeah. People like what's her face? I forget her name. It was she's a person who collects clocks, and then every video it shows of her like showing the wall, and then it pans to the new clock she got on her like table. Oh, I forget her name, but she's a friend of mine as well. Very nice person. She actually knows her stuff a little bit. Has like an entire room just absolutely covered in clocks, alarm clocks, wall clocks, mantle clocks, all sorts of interesting stuff. I forget her name, but it's I forget. Yeah, every video pans from like her wall, which is like caked in clocks, like so many, and then it pans over to the desk where she has a new one she got, like an alarm clock or something like that. I cannot remember her name. But very, very sweet person. Very nice person. Then there's, of course, TN24H, who's on TikTok as well. And then, obviously, you, Justin, you're on there. And then there's Decor, who I'm, anyway. Kind of just been away from Discord a little bit due to some server issues I've been having, but I'm always available whenever someone pings me. Sorry, the crack in my display is making it look like a 2 E's or something. I mean, honestly, yeah. Discord has kind of fallen off a little bit. The only servers I honestly chat in is actually almost none. I almost don't talk in any servers anymore. Should I go live? It's up to you. I don't want to say yes or no because I don't want to be like controlling or anything like that. Like, yes, you should go live, or nah, it's just up to you. If you want to go live, go ahead. But yeah, I don't really chat on many Discord servers anymore. I just, I join one, I chat for a little bit, and then I just like almost ghost it. So, yeah. Wow, this wood glue on this shelf is drying pretty quick, honestly. The only server I honestly am more active in is Luna. Yes, that's her. That's her, Luna. Yeah, that's the Jesus, everything's going off now. Everything's going off. But yes, that's her, Luna. I like those. She's very nice. Chaos. So much chaos. Right. Oh, and then there's Mark on off, but yeah, Luna, she's a nice person. One of a few clock collectors on TikTok who actually are fairly nice. Excuse me. This one's running a little behind here. Never adjust this thing properly. Let me try that. It's barely a little pinch. If that runs somehow too fast, I honestly don't know what else to do. This one's very finicky, and this one's running a little quick. this one. Well, Olivia, no, I haven't asked this, but how have you been, Justin? And that electric one is running a little slow. He understands why I don't talk that much on TikTok rather than on YouTube a lot more. Yeah. I almost never talk to people on TikTok. The only time I talk to people is in like comment sections, like actual messaging. No, I don't do that. If I do, it's like extremely rare. Like, Mom, get the camera type of thing. Can you show the Trinity time? Which one? The 1932 HAC, the tambour, or the HAC Celebrate bracket? You're just here, yeah. We're all just here. Just existing. But yeah, which Trinity chime word would you like to hear? Could you use a little pick-me-up every once in a while? I don't know what that means. TTS, I don't know what that means either. I don't know what that means. TTS? The Time Shop? I unfortunately don't know what that means. Welcome on whoever just joined. Oh, text to speech. The one that's in the corner. The bracket one. Yeah, sure. There you go. There you go. glue is this glue is drying up quite quickly on the shelf I'm reinforcing. Actually, it's probably solid enough to hook it onto my wall and leave it there to dry. So that's what I'm probably going to do, actually. I'm going to put the shelf on the wall now. Test the glue here. And it's a little squishy. Let's pick it up and see. Alright, that's good. That is good and solid enough to put into the wall now. So let's put the shelf in. Ow. Yeah, it's a little. Let's take the screw out. It's been 2 minutes. Send a message has been responded. What? That spot's a little squishy. This screw in now. These screws in. Oh, I put it in the wrong ones. Damn it. Do you think you'll ever be able to get your record channel back? Nope. I will never be able to get it back. That one's permanently gone. And all these screws are not holding this shelf together. God damn it. Even this channel's still at risk. Because once you get one, if you have multiple channels and one gets terminated, all your other ones are at risk. Because it's still apparently evading the ban in some way. Even though I did send a few emails to YouTube about the whole thing, and it appears that they've given me a second chance. Although I'm just making assumptions here. If this channel ever suddenly disappears, well, that would be the reason, is because, you know, there's unfortunately nothing much I can really do about it, other than just send emails. But it just appears that I'm okay. I sent them an email explaining why I didn't see their video takedown due to copyright, because I was just posting records with copyrighted music, and that being because my email is just so bugged that I don't even get emails from certain things. Like if YouTube sent me a takedown warning or something like that, I wouldn't see it because it immediately goes into my spam folder for some reason. Or, yeah, I have my notifications on, and sometimes I still don't even get notifications from anything. Like, it's just, email is just so bugged for me. I didn't even see that they sent a takedown warning, and then if they took it down themselves, and then my channel got deleted. So I sent YouTube the emails explaining my whole situation. They never got back to me, but I would assume they saw it, considering my channels are still here. All my other 3 channels are still okay. So it looks like they read it and they're like, alright, we'll give you like another chance or something like that. And I'm assuming YouTube always watches live streams. So YouTube, if you are watching this live stream, I understand. I understand it all. I understand the copyright system. I understand the risks people can take and everything. I understand that the YouTube copyright system on YouTube is very strict. And, you know, I sometimes have to learn things the hard way. That's just how I am sometimes. And sometimes people have to learn it the hard way. What is the next clock you think you're going to get other than the clock that's on hold? Besides the granddaughter clock, another one that I'm looking at that is on eBay is a rare Forestville Ingram wall clock. It's the same exact movement as the one in this one. Ingram never changed their movement designs at all. And like you look at the 1940s Ingram movements, they've never changed. So seeing a wall clock, I never knew they kept making and producing wall clocks in the 40s. So this would be a very, very interesting addition to my collection, as I'm very kind of fascinated with some of these late Ingram movements, even though I know they're absolutely garbage. They're very, 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 very poorly made. So I am very interested in getting this one. And so if it's still there next month, if the listing is still there, I'm going to 100% get it. So yeah, that's the next edition after the granddaughter clock. And after that, I'm going to definitely save up my money to get some of my other clocks properly fixed, like my Nauta dual chimer, my HAC, the 1932 HAC, hopefully the FFR quad chimer, though that's not on my bucket list right now because it is running perfectly fine and keeping good time. And the strike side is the only issue with it, so it's not on my bucket list, but it's definitely something I want to get done. And obviously baguette, that one's going to be pretty expensive because that's smaller parts needing repair, and we all know what smaller parts can be like to repair. They can be an absolute pain in the you know what. And this shelf is not holding, so that's fun. Looks like I need smaller screws. But yeah, those are the next additions. And then later on, once I get some stuff fixed, I definitely want to get my hands on one of those Indian wall clocks, like those scientific clocks. They're very interesting. And obviously, of course, later on, I of course want to get my hands on a Yantar Westminster chime wall clock or mantle clock, or the dual chimers. They're basically Girods in a way. The dual chimers are the exact same as Girods. They're Westminster and clocks to Jura. So it's very fascinating. But yeah, but those are for future references. Obviously the granddaughter and the Forest Bill Ingram I definitely want to get, because I've never seen a Ingram wall clock that late. So I'm very, very, very fascinated by it. So hopefully it will still be there that I can get it. But yeah. What about you? I mean, obviously besides the New Haven Lincoln, what other clocks are you potentially looking at and potentially are going to get? I mean, for me, I definitely want to slow down on my spending habits. So, yeah. So I don't want to be like a Clock 1010 or something who just buys stuff constantly and doesn't get his other stuff fixed, or like unfortunately I'm going to have to mention this name, Clock TV. He buys stuff but he doesn't really get his stuff repaired. He just keeps spending on new items and everything, and then those run down, and then he just keeps buying more. Or like Loku Yinglet, they just keep buying stuff but they don't actually bother to put in the work to fixing them, which something I don't want to be doing, because you know all this stuff needs to be maintained, and if you keep buying more stuff, I mean more stuff's gonna need maintenance. So yeah, I definitely want to put the buying stuff on a bit of a halt, so I can, you know, put the maintenance into my other stuff, because I do love all this stuff, and I don't want to it just sit there and not be repaired and everything, like what the Mauta dual chimer is, because it's desperately needing some work. But yeah, that's yeah. The unfortunate thing with collecting clocks is that you don't want to just keep buying stuff. And the more stuff you know, stops working, but then you keep buying stuff. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be like a Loku Yinglet 2.0 or something like that. But anyway. While I await for any questions or anything, I will go find some small screws so I can put this damn shelf on the wall and have it hold. Alright. The Gustav Becker is the top priority for me to get it fixed, but I keep spending my money on other clocks. Yeah, that is an unfortunate habit to get into with collecting clocks, is you forget that other stuff needs to be maintained. And with people like Clock TV and Loku Yinglet, it's an unfortunate thing to see happen. Because, you know, you have all these clocks that you absolutely love, and they start falling into disrepair, but then you keep spending your money on other stuff, like, or again, I'm going to have to mention his name again, Clock TV. You know, one of his most famous clocks is his HJC 34 Westminster, and, you know, that thing has been needing maintenance for the past years, like ever since I was a young kid, which was like 10 years ago. It was needing repair, and it's still in that same state of repair, and nothing's been done. And it just, you know, it becomes, you know, an unfortunate habit to get into. It just becomes, you know, an unfortunate habit. And I mean, clearly I'm kind of in that process of falling into that habit, but I'm realizing it now that, you know, it's not a great thing to do. But yeah, after the Mauta granddaughter clock and that Forest Ville Ingram, I'm going to stop falling into that habit of buying more clocks and then other stuff falls into disrepair, but then I keep continuing that habit. But yeah, I do want to. I hope to see the. I hope to see the Gustav Becker up and running again, because that is actually one of your famous ones in your collection by far. It's actually one of my favorites in your collection as well. It sounds so nice. But yeah, it does become a little bit of a habit. The stream is still going? Yes, it is. Right now we're just talking about habits that we've noticed in the clock collecting community, and that being stuff falls into disrepair, but then you, instead of putting the work into fixing them, you just keep buying more clocks and such, and then the more falls into disrepair, so then you keep buying more instead of doing what needs to be done. In case you missed it, I was mentioning YouTubers like Clock TV and Loku Yinglet's Clock Museum. They have the habit of, instead of fixing stuff, they instead just buy more stuff and kind of hope that the community forgets. Like Clock TV's 3/4 Westminster chime HAC, it's been needing repair for like, I don't know, 10, a little over 10 years at this point, and nothing's been done, and yet he keeps buying more stuff, wasting money on stuff instead of getting other, stuff fixed. Which I've realized that I'm kind of starting to do that in a bit. And so I'm gonna buy 2 more clocks, and then I'm going to, take a break from collecting so that I can save up my money to get other stuff fixed that I need. Like my Mauta dual chimer. And, that's been needing a bit of work for the past couple of months now, but I've instead kept buying clocks. So I'm going to definitely, after buying 2 more clocks, I'm going to put in the work into saving my money and getting some stuff maintained. Because some of my stuff kind of needs some of that. I know, right? I hate that they buy something but never try to fix it, or at least have someone else fix it. We're here to maintain history, not let it rot. Exactly. Although with me, I have to get other people to fix it because I do not have the patience into fixing this stuff. I do little things every now and then, like little tinkering, like, if something's out of place, I use my ultra small needle nose pliers to I do kind of everything in my power not to disassemble the movements, because reassembling it I cannot do. It's the reassembling of the movements that I do not have the patience for. So I try everything in my power not to disassemble movements, but if I do, it would take a bit of time to, pun intended, take a bit of time to reassemble it, because again, I do not have really the proper stuff for this stuff. And I can reassemble time only movements. Like, I could, if I wanted to, I could replace the spring in my Daniel Dakota, but yeah, great to support other artists. That's another reason why. Because there's one guy in my town who's an absolute awesome person. He's absolutely amazing. When I get the Mauta granddaughter clock, I gave the guy a call just to see if he had anything, like any spare rods or something that I can get it fixed or something like that. And he knows that he knows me well and that I'm friends with him and everything. And he said, "Oh, I can do you better. I can give you some rods for it, and then I can give you some parts movements, and let's just say all that for $15." Like, absolute legend. Yeah, nothing wrong about having someone else take care of the work. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. And don't worry, I saw your comment 2009. I will chime it in a second. I'm just currently putting this shelf on my wall since the glue has dried. So I'm going to put that on real quick, and then I'm going to chime it for you. So just give me a second here while I do this. The glue has indeed dried enough that it will hold together just fine. Well, touch wood at least. And there we go. Let me just quickly screw this. Even though I do maintain all my other clocks, and even though my Gustav Becker is on the fritz of not wanting to work, it's better than not having an oil and letting it sit with wound springs. Exactly. Oh, don't worry about it, Talish. You can yap away as much as you like. anybody can just yap as much as they like. Keeps everyone entertained, and it keeps me entertained a bit. So just yap about whatever you want. Favorite ice cream flavors, chip brands, sodas, whatever the heck you like. It's a free country at least, you know? Just not politics. That's the only probably limit. Anything, you know, provocative and political, I'd probably advise not to talk about because that could lead to drama, you know? There we are. Now I can finally put this damn shelf in place. Ah, sorry, bud. Sorry, 31 day. Didn't mean to smack you with the shelf. Whoopsies. Hold on. Melody Club collectors, so I have really no idea what you guys are talking about. There we are. These small screws are doing the job now. Finally. Some screws that are actually holding it firm to the wall. Ah. Okay. Let's hope this works, please. There we are, finally. These little screws are frickin' doing the work. They're doing it. Yeah. Rope bear, yeah. Sounds like a woodpecker. Come on, put the screw in the thing. These screws are getting screwed. Screw this. There we are. The last melon. If anyone gets that reference, I give you the utmost respect. There we are. Now that shelf is firmly in place. There we are. Nice. Oh, beautiful. This shelf is actually straight and it's not sagging downward. Our last email. Ice Age, yes it is. Yes it is. You got it. Respect. Why am I gonna be the poop checker? Now I'm gonna for the last screw, which is for the extra support piece. Boom. A nice firm shelf. Now I can finally chime the Whittington for you. When are you going to be doing Westminster competition? Oh my gosh, I forgot about those. Good question. Because I have no idea. Probably fairly someday. Wait, where are you? Who's the one that did the Whittington? Oh yes, Clocks 2009. Here you are. The Mauta dual chimer. Anything else would, I'm gonna wait for everything else. Give it a second. Alright, here you go, Clocks 2009. The Mauta dual chimer. And with the last bit, I'm going to set it to Westminster, which is a funky lever. Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. Hold on. There we are. I think I got it. Pretty sure I have it set. Alright, there we are. Correct, that should be... Whoop. I have to spin it around so that I can properly set it to Westminster, so you can hear what this Mauta sounds like on Westminster. Correct, the lever should be in the right spot. To which... Nope, it's not. There we are. Both sound very nice. Oops. But West Whittington is the more superior option. My personal favorite thing about this, My personal favorite thing about this clock is the split colors. You got the more darker on one side than lighter on the other. I find that very unusual for something like this, because usually they're like singular colors like that, but not split, a duo color. I find that very unusual. None of my other clocks have that. See with this one, very even. Let's see with this one, very even. Everything else, besides this one, you can see there's a little bit, but nothing noticeable. So I find that very unusual. Anybody else have any other questions? I can't really do one since I only have 3 Westminster clock. That's still better than nothing. It's 3 choices. Can still do a which Westminster sounds best video, even with just 3. I even did a couple of years ago a which Seth Thomas sounds the best, and I only have 3, but one needs work. But I at the time had 2 Westminster Seth Thomases, and I thought, which one of these 2 sounds better? Thought about it for a second of how it is still light outside for you when it's dark for me, and then I remembered you're 2 hours behind me. Yes. So it's 8:51 for you. Or it's 6:51 here. And I'm out of coffee. And I might actually still have some coffee left. Hold on, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Honestly, thinking of getting a mini fridge for my bedroom. Have a little secret snack stash, because I can never snack enough. Coffee. But yes, you are 2 hours behind. Yeah, you're 2 hours ahead of me. Tallis, you still here? I guess not. I actually have an idea for my bedroom. I just thought about a fun idea. So on my windowsill, I have these 1955 Christmas lights. And I thought, what if I wrap it around like this? Have like a neat pattern of light. I should just come with that. Oh, that's actually a very good idea. I just thought of something, because then it would make my room look like some freaking hoarder place. So let's do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm bored, so I'm doing it. Where's the plug? Yes, over here. Ooh, that was squished. Over here. We need for it to be tangled all around. Let's gently take down these Christmas stockings, which now are sun bleached. To be fair, they've been sitting there since 2022, so I'm not surprised at all. Let's take these lights. No sticking. In here. Come on. Oh, right, these are separate units. Oh no, no, they're not. Let's take the. Oh no, they're all tangled. Oh no. How fun. Ah, now I figured it out. Oh no, what am I doing? Oh, God knows what's in these Christmas stuff. Probably asbestos. I would not be surprised. Oh, the cord's got sun bleached too. Oh no. Ah, there we are. Now they're untangled. Oh, what a surprise. This is not cooperating either. There. Christmas light. Whoops. Nope, no activity in the chat. That's fine. Come on, you whippersnappers. Whippersnapper. Oh my god, these lights got sun bleached too. Wow. Impressive. Oh my goodness, these poor lights got tangled up. There we go, untangled. I'm literally live on soda. I have no idea how I'm able to get sleep. Yeah, okay. Hope these Christmas lights still work. Honestly, I would not be surprised if they didn't. 'Cause they are over 7 years old. Oh my god, they still work. Alright. That is impressive. And everything's going on. Everything's chaos. Let's hang these Christmas lights from 1955 up. This is going to be an interesting design as I have to make this work. We would wrap around this clock, and then they would. Ooh, this is definitely safe. Totally. I don't know how safe this is, but we'll figure it out. As these are our 70-plus-year-old Christmas lights. So I have no idea how much of a potential fire hazard this could be. But, oh well. If my house burns down, we'll know. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to jinx it that. Okay, I've underestimated how long these Christmas lights are. Welcome in, DG Clocks. I've underestimated these lights. Let's see. Holy crap, some of these bulbs got real sun bleached. Oh god, holy shit. The blue is now, instead of dark blue, it is now light blue. Okay. Definitely underestimated these. Okay, let's try wrapping it under here. Under where? Okay, under here. Yeah, definitely underestimated. Okay, wow. This is interesting, but it is and also very fun because I'm enjoying this because this is like a puzzle for me. No, no, don't do that. Okay. Then the other question is how safe is hot bulbs around 150-year-old wood? That is the other question. Because I don't know how safe this is actually now that I'm thinking about it. Ooh. Okay, well, let's see. Okay. Okay, thumbtacks acquired. Somehow my brand new quartz clock loses 4 hours a week. Yeah, that sounds like the movement wasn't properly adjusted during quality control. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's start where I'd have the lights end. That would be here, I think. Yes, right there. So let's put a tack here. Since these wires are split instead of connected with each other. So this would end here. And then these Ooh, I don't know how safe this would be actually, nothing looking at it, but we'll find out. Because I'm enjoying this. Alright, no activity yet, so let's continue working. And this would come around here, and that's butting up against the flag here. This is fun. Oh, and all these wires are actually split apart, so this actually works in my favor. And that's 2. So I need more down. Hey Chad, how do you think 70-plus-year-old Christmas lights would be around 100-plus-year-old wood on clocks? So I'm sure that's real safe. You cannot have these flags here anymore, because then that would be a bit of a heat hazard. Though to be fair, this is touching against drawings here, so I have to move those. But that's fine. I'm fine with it. And now that that's connected, actually I need this moved a bit so that it can line up a little more with this. Actually, I could just put this in the same pinhole. There we are. Remember me from the Fallout stream? Yes. Some weird stuff happened in that stream, so if you were part of that weirdness, please, I advise, please don't do that, because this is a family-friendly channel, and I do not want any weird stuff happening where minors are around, because I'm an adult, and if anything happens in my stream, that's part of my responsibility, because I allowed that shit to happen, so please do not be weird in the chat. Thank you. That's all I ask. But yes, welcome to the stream. Okay, so we'll have the next pin. Oop. Pin maybe right here, actually. No. I need these bulbs away from the wood. Actually, that should work. There. Next pin in place. Dear God, I'm against the weird stuff too. Okay. Alright. Just saying that just in case, because I know he's whoever that was one of your friends or something. So I'm just saying it as a just in case type of situation, because yeah, that's jutting out, so I need one more thumbtack. There we are. This is looking interesting. I could use that a little lower. Now that I'm looking at it, my OCD kind of thing is kicking in. Okay. Here we are. Also, Carter has a bunch of alt accounts, the same name. It's probably Davis. I mean, given what happened, I cannot trust that it's actually him now, considering that for the past months, it was actually Davis the whole time. So that's a hard time trusting if it's actually now him or if it's just some troll trying to keep the drama continuing. Which is honestly stupid because, I mean, my god. So I'm gonna try to find a sweet spot for this next bomb. Here we are. This should be good. The Justin, the new Urgos, sounds really good. While I'm looking at this, not sure if this actually works over here or not. Could use the pins actually continuing down here towards this clock. Yes, this works better. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There. That looks better. Yes, I know, I still don't know why there's drama in the community about clocks. Well, it's just stupid stuff, that's all I call it now. Thanks, even though it's ridiculously quiet, I can't figure out how to make it louder. There's a tension spring. I don't know if newer movements have this, but with the older clocks, it's like a piece of metal that's shaped like this, and it allows tension up and down the hammers. So if you tighten it closer to the hammer, it's more tension. Pull it away, it's less tension. If you push it upward, that's more tension. Down is less tension, because that's science. I don't know if these newer movements have that, but I know my HAC and my FFR does. How do I quiet it? What? I'm confused on what to do with these light bulbs now. Then the hammer backwards. Oh. Yeah, that works too. Put the... No. Man, these 7-year-old Christmas lights like to be a little stubborn. My goodness. Just go work with me. There. There. Adjust it a little lower. And upward. That looks better. There we go. Next light bulb is down. Holy crap. That was a little sketchy. currently 10:13 at night. Ooh. Well, you can do it in the you can do that in the morning. Okay. There we go. A little better. Ah, so it's noon for you. Probably a clock collector in West Virginia. West Virginia. Da da da. Country roads take me home to the place where I belong. West Virginia. Sorry, I had to make the reference. Oh, I need my thumbtacks here because I need to mount some more Christmas lights around here. Actually, I can use the thumbtack box on my new shelf that I just mounted up. Mount this here. And there you go. Then I plan to bring this all the way up here. No. Cooperate, please. Okay. Next bulb is in place. To 3D print my clocks because real ones are so expensive. I'm pretty sure 3D printing stuff is damn expensive as well. I think either way it's kind of like a lose-lose situation because either way it's expensive. Instead of a win-win, no, it's the other way around. No, this is not going to. Well, it could work. Actually, no, that's a better idea. Pretty sure if you 3D print the stuff, you're both rich and broke at the same time because I don't know. Let's see. Put this right there. There. Next one curves upward. And go here. Can you show the cuckoo clock I have? Oh yeah, sure. This is the setup I'm going for with, yeah, now that I look at it from afar, that does not look good. But you can see the vision I'm going for with the Christmas lights. Yeah, never mind, that does not look good at all. But yeah, here's the cuckoo clock. It's a little bit of a collector's item since it's a one weight, but it has passing strike for everything. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look too good. Down over here it doesn't look too bad, but then once it spirals upward, yeah, never mind. That looks pretty trash. Okay. Unless I cover with like fake vines or something like that, that would look interesting, I guess. I'm gonna have to adjust some of this stuff. You can see the vision I'm going for. I have a gong wall clock from almost dead relatives. I'm 90% sure it's haunted. Oh boy. What does it strike 13 times every hour? I don't know. Can I resurrect what I built over here? Okay. So I'm gonna resurrect what I did over here. So that can look a little more even. Oh yeah, I can resurrect this. Oh, good. Okay, here we are. Yes, it does, huh? Okay. It is haunted, that's kind of interesting. Not the first time I've heard people saying their clocks were haunted. Okay, that looks a lot better, sort of. Let's try putting this one over here. Bones are a little closer.
this down here. This there. Here. This over here. And there. Not wrap around my box, please. There we go. Up through there. No, that's not going to work. Alright.
Alright. You sent something. It's funny, Snow, because you're one of the top commenters on my channel. I've only commented on your channel like 11 times. Okay. I mean, I comment because I enjoy your content. Now you're a cool person. And almost done with the room transformation. All the Christmas lights are coming along well. Okay. Almost done. Almost there. Wait, let me take a look from the back. Still not very happy with how this is turning out. Over there is fine. Over here, no. Because this is not tight enough. That's not going to work very well. But we'll see. Push this down. Maybe I can get this to work a little better. Looks like I need more thumbtacks than I thought. Well, I can make this look a little hidden. Let's see. Looks a little better. It's a little more even. Okay. This bulb is touching the clock, which I do not want, because that can be a fire hazard. That maybe. Might hold or not. In between these two, that would work better. Yeah, there we go. Almost done. Let's look back and see how this looks. It's better. I had decorative stuff on top here that would hide it. Yeah. No. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Yeah, that looks better. Perfect. That's quite good. So a little more to go. We're done. Yeah, mistake. Okay. Maybe it's not. Might work. This. Actually, I might have enough cord just for this. Never mind. Open up fun box. Sorry, this is taking so long. Yeah, you're the only one still here. Well, I know at least. Oh my gosh. Just enough cord for this entire thing. Wow. I was not expecting that at all. I'll be damned. That's crazy. Perfect amount of cord for this whole thing. Let's see if any other bulbs still work. Let's try some of these. Let's try another missing bulbs I'm actually going to miss out on. Nope. Alright. Back to your bulb. The last two, actually, ironically, is supposed to be the last two. What are the chances? Knowing these old 1950s, oh, I'm just, setting up a new little fun setup that I hope will look good. I'm just gonna have to move this out of the way to keep the fabric. You know, let's see if this works. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, that looks good. Oh, they're all working. Almost all of them. Oh my goodness. Yo! I love how that turned out. Besides, no bulbs over there. Yo, that looks so good. Oh my gosh. That looks so good. Oh, this one isn't working either. Oh, it's just loose, that's all. Oh my god. That looks so good. I just wish there were a couple extra bulbs there, but nah. Blame the 1950s. Oh my god, that looks so pretty. I'm gonna have to disassemble those too, because that might be a little bit of a fire hazard, because these bulbs get quite warm, and this being near fabric, that's a bit of a hazard. So I might unscrew those. But oh my gosh, that looks so good. That is insane. Yeah, besides this one being out, actually, I have an extra packet. They might work. I don't think I ever opened this package of bulbs. So let's see if these actually work or not. I goddamn hope so. Oh my god, this is one of the few original bulbs to this set. Please tell me these work. Oh my god, they work. Heck yeah. Oh my god, this looks so good. And I have to pin this one away because I don't want this touching the wood. That'll be fine. Those will be fine. Yo, this looks good. All I need is I might skip that. That looks so good. Now let's unplug this because I don't want to leave that on for too long. Given that this is a 70-year-old set of Christmas lights. Welcome in, whoever just joined. I'm finishing up some final touches on my new bedroom setup. I've been working on for, I don't know, half an hour. Last thing I want to do is put on my picture that my mom drew for me. Welcome back, Lego. I kind of missed out on what I was working on. I had always had this 1955 Christmas lights always draped here, and it didn't look so good. Then during the stream, I thought of a new setup, and that being, what if I drape them around my bedroom? And so I decided to drape them around my collection here. Here, I'll plug it in just for you since you returned. Let me just unplug this again. Plug these back there. Look at how good that looks. Adds so much more color. But I don't want to leave these plugged in for too long because these old Christmas lights were a bit of a fire hazard. But this set seems to be safe. Touch wood, at least. You got 2 cuckoo clocks. Nice. Whack, no. One is a regular, those are pretty good. And the other is, oh, well, you just found one of these. Ones that are just like that. But is it like, does it go cuckoo, or is it like a duo note like this one? Because these ones are a little more collectors, a little bit more rare. Because the ones that just strike on a chord is a little more rare than the ones that go cuckoo quickly. Both for $50, damn. I got it with 3 pendulums and 7 extra weights. Both bellows just fall, so it's the rarer one. It's the one that shines on the 2 notes. Awesome. Can you show me the inside of it? The inside of the cuckoo clock? Yes, in just a second, because I really want to quickly get this picture frame put up on my wall, and then my new bedroom setup is complete. So just give me like a couple seconds here. Just a second. I will be. I'm sure it's just the same movement as mine because they're all pretty much the same. God damn it, this stupid screw. There we go. Now the screw is going into the wall. I can then hang up my picture frame. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that should be good. Oh, yeah, sure, I will be there in just a second. No. Okay. No, no, not done. There we go. Okay, my new bedroom setup is now complete. And I will show you, this is my homemade weight, which I just used a bunch of spare chime blocks for to make this ridiculous setup. Alright, now I'll show you. Obviously mine's missing the pendulum and its weight, so I had to improvise and make my own. Okay, here is the back. That is how much I paid for mine. $5.99. Here's the interior. As you can see, as it lifts up, pulls on this cord, which then lifts up this one bellow, and attached to that bellow is this other strand, which then lifts up the other bellow, and at the same time they strike the cord. Obviously this little extra lever is supposed to lift up the bird, but I don't think mine does that. But yeah, that is how mine works. Not sure if yours is same or if it's identical, or I don't know. I'm not really fond of cuckoo clocks myself, but this one was an exception because it doesn't, it just strikes once. There we go. Yep, same design and tuning. Wow. Is it the same case? That'd be funny. That would be hilarious if you happen to just find the exact same model as mine. Oh. Show the case. Hold on, I'm just attaching my makeshift pendulum onto it. This thing really likes to run. Hold on. Here we are. Missing top. Oh, it's missing this on yours, or the bird, or what? Why are you wiggling? Is it missing this whole frame bit? So you happen to have found the exact same one that I have, just yours is broken and missing this top part. That's funny if that is different color, but overall the same design. Oh my gosh. You have found pretty much the exact same one that I have. That is very interesting, coinky dink. And here's what I've been working on. These are all Christmas lights from 1955 that I have put around my bedroom just to make an interesting design for my bedroom, make it look a little more unique, more fun looking. So now I have to move my drawings here. A real one. Hope you can get. Me personally, I do not like cuckoo clocks. That one there is the only exception. Another exception I would have would be those tiny little time only ones that are spring driven, those tiny little things. Those would also be a little exception. I would actually like to get one just to hang right here, just to kind of fill in the space. Like I have parts you need. Novelty cuckoo clocks. That's the one I have. They just chime a little chord. Some of them actually do have, instead of a chord, some of them do actually do a cuckoo. But the ones that strike on the two notes are the rarer ones, which ironically we both have. So I need to move my drawing so that this doesn't become a fire hazard. Just pin it up here, away from everything. There. My aunt has some of those little time-only cuckoo clock things from West Germany, which I don't want to get because my aunt is unfortunately slowly passing away. She's still a bit healthy, just for the past many years she's had MS, which is a very, very bad condition to have, and it's uncurable. And unfortunately, my rest of her family, they don't really care for her. They just want the house that she lives in. So they're just checking on her because they just want the house, which is unfortunate. But yeah. And she's a clock collector like I am. She was an inspiration for me collecting this stuff because she has cuckoo clocks. Ironically, she likes cuckoo clocks. But I'd like to at least own one of them from her, so I can have it as like a sentimental piece. Because I know she unfortunately doesn't have much time left. The MS is starting to get to her. But yeah, anyway. If I ever go to Canada, I'm gonna bring the Yantar and other parts, okay? Be right back, I gotta use the washroom. Alright, I'm back. Maybe I can give it to you. It's up to you. I mean, it's up to you. The two I like in your collection, besides the Nauta, is the the Yantar and the 555 Chinese clock. I used to have one of those just like that, except it was a smaller version. A smaller one. I honestly wish I kept it. But it's no longer with us, so yeah. Saw one of them for $6.50 on Facebook Marketplace. Jesus. No, it's 180. Still too high. Oh my gosh. Some people just love to overprice stuff or try to get the toppest of dollar on everything. Honestly, hilarious. Alright, now that I've unplugged those two bulbs that were close to my bed sheet, I'm going to plug this in for a little bit. Have it show around. Beautiful. Looks awesome. Love how this turned out. Love how this turned out. Nothing's too close to each other. Nope. Nothing's touching each other. That one's a little close to the Ingram, but it should. No, I can feel the heat a little bit. Maybe I can push this back a little bit. It should be fine. That one's a little close. That's fine. Perfect. Let's take a look with everything off. Just having the lights on. Yeah. Yeah. Love it. Absolutely love it. And I could replace that blue bulb down there since that one is sun bleached. And there goes my sister playing Roblox horror games. Still fairly hot. Wow, those bulbs got really hot. There. Oh yeah, much better. Much, much better. So this is my box of light bulbs as spares. I guess we'll put this one in with those ones. Those still work. Need to find more green ones. That blue one is dead as well. Well, no longer blue. Let's replace this with another red one. Ah, yeah, that looks much nicer. Much warmer colors. Yeah, you can see the blue is so bleached. There we go. Much better. Oh yeah. Way nicer. Love it, love it, love it. Turned out so well. This adds more color to the room, which I love. Adds a little bit more uniqueness, which I like. Oh yeah. Let's Yeah, I could ditch this yellow for this blue. See if this looks too hot to touch at least. At least these bulbs lose their heat quickly. Let's put this blue one in this one. Oh yeah, that looks better. Then with, let's say this one. I'll use this one for the yellow. Just to add a little extra color to this side. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Way better. Yeah, I like that. Two faded blue ones. Yeah, this is definitely worth it. 100%. If I wanted to, I could still extend it with the other extension. But yeah, I love how this turned out. It'll look good with the granddaughter because it'll come up to about here. Make it look a little more grand, I guess. Seller said, like, no. I know what it's worth. Oh my god. I absolutely love how sellers do that. They just like, no, 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 no. I know what it's worth. You're wrong. Ugh. That does annoy me. Okay, let's add this Christmas banner across just to make something a little more interesting. Go. Yeah, once a seller says that, I already know I don't want to deal with them. Just a second here as I'm still adding on extra little decorative things around my bedroom. Oh my god, this extends really far. Holy shit. This extends really far. Yeah, this is going to be real nice looking. A little Christmassy, yes, but it'll look very nice. Because I like Christmas decorations, and Christmas being my favorite holiday of the season. Ooh, actually that sun bleached section of this Christmas strand actually looks really good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this looks good. Oh yeah, this looks good. Oh yeah, this looks good. It's really nice. Final one. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, that looks really good. Last little bit, because I want some of this to go just a little bit. Have a little bit of pizzazz. And there goes my sister again, playing her guts and black powder game. Yeah, I like the little bow with it. Just found a quartz clock kit for $3.99. That's actually a good price. I like little kits and such. They're actually quite fun. Oh yeah, that's perfect. I'm loving this. Yeah, that works really nice. It's a little bowed more over there. That's actually bugging me a little bit. Being artistic and creative. It's a little bit bowed, a little down. Just a little more. Pin it down there. There we go. Ah. Perfect. Perfect, I guess. Wait. No. My OCD is kicking in a little bit. Actually, this could be my German blood. This could be my German blood kicking in because I want everything to be perfect. Perfect. Yeah, that looks way better. More even. Absolute banger. Yeah, that's perfect. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, I like how that turned out. Making sure everything is away for everything that could potentially be flammable. The only worry I have is this bulb and this bulb, because they're very close to the wood. Actually, I don't feel any heat. Yeah, this bulb is a little more of a concern. Aside from that, love this. And honestly, I'd go for that, even though it's a quartz clock kit, I would still go for it because that's $3.99. That's actually incredibly cheap. You're buying 3? Alright. Well, I think I'm gonna let you guys go here because I've been streaming pretty much all day. Like, I've been streaming from actually almost 2 p.m. and now it's 8:15 p.m. That's a long time I've been streaming for. So, yeah, I best be going. So, thanks for joining, everybody. Thanks for staying by, asking questions, all that sort of stuff. You guys are awesome. So, have a night.